Yes.
Okay. Now, what if the that's to assert your rights is suspicious?
Yes.
Okay, what was suspicious about it? And again, we're talking before you approached her and she refused to identify herself.
Okay. Well, when I was called, she was videotaping the front doors of the building.
That's suspicious?
And the deputy had asked her what she was doing, and she said, I don't have to tell you. So yes, that was suspicious.
That's to assert your rights is suspicious?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what if the that's to assert your rights is suspicious?
Yes.
Okay, what was suspicious about it? And again, we're talking before you approached her and she refused to identify herself.
Okay. Well, when I was called, she was videotaping the front doors of the building.
That's suspicious?
And the deputy had asked her what she was doing, and she said, I don't have to tell you. So yes, that was suspicious.
That's to assert your rights is suspicious?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what if the that's to assert your rights is suspicious?
Yes.
Okay, what was suspicious about it? And again, we're talking before you approached her and she refused to identify herself.
Okay. Well, when I was called, she was videotaping the front doors of the building.
That's suspicious?
And the deputy had asked her.
Warning. Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
They call themselves First Amendment auditors and citizen journalists.
I said, did you guys see the memo?
About the First Amendment?
Yeah. The First Amendment auditors. No?
Any ID on it?
Why would I need ID?
You don't have to give it to me. I'm just asking if you had one.
Okay. See, this is where the polite conversation starts to turn impolite. Like, I would never ask you where you live.
What? We're just
Right?
seeing if you're willing to give it to me. That's it.
Yeah. Can I see your ID?
No.
Okay.
A Utica detective has been suspended and an investigation opened after an altercation with two men Wednesday is caught on tape. Jason Colthorpe is live in Utica tonight. Jason, that video has now gone viral and has been seen more than 50,000 times since it was posted just last night.
I'm coming for your job. I'm coming for your job.
Calm down, dude. Calm down. Get your dog. Get your dog.
I am the best.
Hey, get your dog. Get your dog. Get your dog. Put him on a leash.
You're gonna talk. I got freedom of speech too.
Are you
I got freedom of speech too.
10 feet.
What is up, everybody? We are live. Live. How'd you guys like that intro, by the way? Not talking about that intro, but, you know, that squirmy little guy on the stand there. Well, I guess not on the stand. He was taking a deposition, but he had to answer truthfully. Did you enjoy watching him squirm a little bit? Anyways, let's just take a run through comments real quick. But to be honest with you guys, I was getting a little burnout on doing some of the lives and everything like that. But then you come across something that's so important that you see that you just have to cover. And that was Pink Camera Magic. We got people in the house. What up? Yeah. Give people a proper yeah if you can. Zombie Enforcement Bureau. Hello. I appreciate you guys being in here. Raging Cajun. Hi, BSBT. Hello, Raging Cajun. So anyways, as you guys can see, let's see, that stuffed sausage on the stand. Anyways, guys, the video I played at the very beginning was from Pink Camera Magic. And that video was just posted, I believe, if I remember correctly, 2 days ago. And so far it's got 25,000 views, somewhere like that. I think I started getting interested in it at 6,000 views, but there's a reason why that video is going up on views. Exercising your rights is suspicious. Yeah. We're going to get to that. We're definitely going to get to that. And then I'll put a link in the chat. I have a bunch of clips lined up for you guys. So this should be quite interesting. I'm just going to march right through the clips. Some of the things I thought were important in that in the Pink Camera Magic video. But if you want to see it, the whole video, it's like an hour, 35 minutes long, something like that. I just took out a few select little bits that I wanted to cover. And I think one of the most important things I saw was the clip that you saw at the very beginning there. So we're going to run through those. but let's start things off real quick with a little bit of comedy, break this up just a little bit, and show you something funny, and then we'll get into some of the serious stuff, okay?
Mila and...
Umberto.
Roberto? Umberto? Sure. I haven't heard that one before, but okay. What about you, Roberto? What are you doing?
I'm a deputy sheriff.
You're a sheriff? For real? I didn't mean anything I said. I was just fucking around up here, you know what I mean? It's a cool name.
So anyways, that's Matt Rife, stand-up comedian, and I thought that clip was pretty funny because it kind of pertains to what we're talking about. And I'll give you guys a little backstory on where I got introduced to the video we played at the very beginning, the one with the lieutenant that's taking a deposition. But before we do that, let's go ahead and show a clip. This I saw on Facebook. This guy says he has a YouTube channel. I'm not sure what YouTube channel it is, but they do magnet fishing. So to set up this next clip, I just want to show you real quick why it's important that we discuss these legal issues, not just from a cop watcher standpoint, but anybody interested in public photography. And this clip will explain kind of why it's important, not only cop watching, but just public photography in general. So here's the clip.
All
right, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, everybody, so we just called the police. They're going to be making their way out here right now to retrieve this gun that Grace was able to find. Oh, here we go. So we both got, we've got YouTube channels, and we basically film everything that we find magnet fishing in the canals around here. My girlfriend came across a pistol while she was down there.
Okay, for you to put me on YouTube means I need to sign a release to do that, and I'm not doing that.
That's not true, sir. You're a public official.
Actually,
it's the First
you to put me on
Amendment.
Something that you might gain money from is against the law. Okay, so I would prefer you to stop doing that so that we don't end up doing something else like end up in court. Now, I'd like to perform my duty. Do we have a weapon that you found or something?
Yeah, it's right here. Yes, she was the one that found it.
Can you leave it there, and can you turn that off, please?
Yeah.
Other than that, I'm going to call my boss. He's going to come down here, and we're going to go a different route. Put him in your car, please.
I'm sorry, sir, but according to my attorney, I've talked to my attorney several times. He said, I'm not trying to make a problem. We're trying to turn in something to you, sir.
And I'll go over and I'll take it.
Okay.
So if I get another unit here, we'll let him
Okay,
go.
sir. Just out here trying to clean up the community, sir.
I understand that. I need another witness here other than just myself.
Understood, sir.
I completely understand. This is how I make a living with my camera for YouTube.
Well,
Yeah,
you
but we just found something to turn into your police department. So wouldn't you be happy about that and want to take it? And
So who's turning it in?
it's my girlfriend.
I'm trying
It's
to
my
ID
girlfriend.
from you, please.
She doesn't have it with her, sir.
So one of you needs to give it to me.
I mean, I can give you my name and phone number, but I don't have my
And I need an official ID, so I got to need you to give me a weapon.
Could I have your name and badge number, sir?
Right there on that.
Right there.
You can stay over there, please.
Well, I'm trying to find your name and badge number,
As I get
sir.
over there, when I have another officer here, I'll be happy to let you see it up close.
So now that clip, if somebody could explain it, because I'm just a dummy, right? I'm just a dumb guy who doesn't know anything. But could somebody see any parallels? Just a couple questions about that last clip. Anybody see any parallels between what cop watchers say or what somebody who would self-identify as an auditor would say and what that other gentleman, who I don't think he's a cop watcher, I think they run a magnet fishing channel. And just real quick, if you haven't heard of magnet fishing, these guys, they take magnets, they'll throw them in water, they'll unearth pistols, they'll discover all kinds of crazy stuff that oftentimes they have to turn into law enforcement. Did you see, so the questions are, did you see any parallels between what that guy had to say and what you hear auditors or cop watchers say? Second, another question you might have if you watch that clip is there really a lack of education with cops understanding not only the First Amendment, which the guy in that clip, the cop in that clip says, well, you can't record me, it's against the law if you go and publish it on YouTube. We all know that that's not true. We know that that's not the truth. So that guy has a serious issue with the First Amendment. Then later on in the clip, he goes on to say that we're going to need your ID if I'm going to fill out the report, right? So again, so he's demanding ID without any sort of probable cause that a crime took place. Of course, these folks are trying to turn in a report, but he could put, you know, Good Samaritan turned in this weapon, you know. Anyway, so the ultimate question that you might ask, or that I was asking myself, is, wow, I saw the way I saw a lot of parallels between what that guy says and what auditors say. So depths in history, I'll thank you for that, Zombie Enforcement Bureau. If anybody's a moderator and finds depths in history and can put that link in the chat, go over there, check out the full video, because it got a little crazier even than that. And I've got another clip from that, but let's stay on topic and show you what today's live stream is all about. I'm just kind of trying to show you guys what I see as the reason for cop watchers needing to be out there and sticking up for public photography, because we'll play this clip one more time, and then we'll roll into the last half of the clip from the magnet fishers.
That's to assert your rights as suspicious?
Yes.
Okay, what was suspicious about it? And again, we're talking before you approached her and she refused to identify herself.
Well, when I was called, she was videotaping the front doors of the building.
That's suspicious?
And the deputy had asked her what she was doing, and she said, I don't have to tell you. So yes, that was suspicious.
That's to assert your rights as suspicious?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what if the...
So asserting your rights is suspicious, and then here is depths in history. Here is the last half of that clip that we just saw, and then we'll go more back into the deposition and see, kind of get the history of Pink Camera Magic and everything that transpired for that day. But first, here's the last half of the clip from Depths in History, the guys that do magnet fishing.
Right there on there.
Right there.
You can stay over there, please.
Well, I'm trying to find your name and badge number, sir.
Get over there. When I have another officer here, I'll be happy to let you see it up close. Say that you respect me and what I do. I would like to actually show that.
It's a First Amendment protected activity.
You can't understand what's been happening with us for the past 4 years, but you're not paying attention.
I think I watched some of those videos, magnet fishing and stuff.
Yeah, magnet fishing. Scuba diving. Yeah.
They found a gravestone.
That's me.
That was you?
That was me. Yeah, with
the sergeant.
With the sergeant, yep, from Rome Police Department.
I watched that one like a week ago.
He already saw it.
Oh, that okay.
Yeah, but it's protected within our constitutional rights to be out here filming, and he told us we needed a report to fill out. Basically
to go and make money off.
Oh, really? Oh, to make money? No, that is not true, sir.
You're the one that said that y'all make money off doing this.
This is kind of ridiculous. So.
Y'all found it with a magnet or just found it walking?
We were just walking. Yeah, she literally thought it was the top of an aerosol can, and she picked it up, and it was pretty
Has he already
crazy.
taken possession of it, or? He is right now.
Yeah, he's taking a look at it right now.
You just came out guns blazing.
Pretty mad and upset, no reason.
He's a little camera shy.
Just laying there in plain sight, using one of the metal detectors or anything like that.
No. And you've been very nice with me, sir. What was your name and badge number?
I'm as good to people as they let me be. My name's Officer Pearson.
Officer Pearson? I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. It was right in front of the railroad bridge, right there.
I thought the bridge was right over there.
This side of the road. It was on that side of the road.
So we appreciate it.
All right.
Yep.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, do you need that form? That form that you were talking about?
No.
They said for some reason the gun wasn't reported stolen. I'm not.
So anyways, I think you get the point, right? Anything you guys see in that clip, do you draw any parallels between what you hear in that clip? Because that guy's, from my knowledge, not a cop watcher. He's not an activist. He's not an auditor. I don't think his channel focuses on going around and recording police, although you can see he had an interaction with police, and I'm guessing that that's probably a common occurrence on his channel, although I haven't seen the channel to be specific. But John Eagle, thank you for coming in. People, thank you for putting the link in there. I definitely appreciate that. If you guys want to go check out some more of those videos, like I said, another question I wanted to ask about those clips is, did you see, was it almost like the camera was being treated as a weapon? Because that cop in the first clip, the cop is like, oh, wait till my backup arrives, right? For guys with a camera. And that, to me, was very bizarre. I don't know if anybody else saw that or not, or if, you know, maybe there's just something with the way I'm seeing things, but, you know, I saw a lot of parallels. Anyways, so to get back to the topic at hand, the deposition of this lieutenant, and I remember seeing this video, I'd like to say close to when it first came out, but I was just blown away. This is one of the first cop watching videos that I saw, actually, and I gotta say, I never thought I'd be here discussing it, you know, with a channel that focuses on police accountability and being actually talking about this right now, but I remember seeing this. I believe it happened back in 2018, but it was an incident, I believe, in the Chicago area. And here, we'll just roll the clip, show you where all this started. And what I'd like to focus on with this clip is just, this is the intro to, you know, me and cop watching, first off. And this was one of the first videos I saw. I thought it was so important. I did a video about cop watch safety training that featured this this incident right here. But we'll just play this clip, and this is basically where we're going in the deposition that we're going to watch.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the First Amendment?
Yes. I am.
Really? Put
Let's
your
go
hands
in.
back.
Come on. Ma'am, you know this is a public building?
Exactly, that's why I'm recording it.
It's also a court facility?
Yep.
Which there is a judicial law or judicial order that says that you cannot tape this building.
Can I see that order?
Yes, come on in. We're going to check your IDs too.
Oh, no, I'm not going in.
Oh, yeah, no. We're going to run you too.
No, that's all
We're
right.
going to get your name. We're going to do a report and everything. So come on in.
No.
No, yeah, you're going to come in now.
Am I being detained?
Yes.
For what?
Because right now you are doing something suspicious.
That's not a reason to detain anybody.
Well, it is for Dana. Come on.
It's really not.
Let's go
so
inside
I'm just going
now.
to stay here and continue recording.
Okay. You're going to come in and we're going to find out who you are and what you're doing here.
No, you're not.
Okay. All right, who's got cuffs? She does not want to go agreeably. Okay.
I'm being detained for just taking pictures of the building.
Yes, ma'am. You're doing something suspicious and we need to know who you are and why you're doing it. Okay.
Are you familiar with the First Amendment?
Yes. I am.
Really? Put
Let's
your
go
hands
in.
back.
Come on. Okay.
I'm being detained for just taking pictures of the building.
Yes, ma'am. You're doing something suspicious and we need to know who you are and why you're doing it. Okay.
Are you familiar with the First Amendment?
Yes. I am.
Really? Put
Let's
your
go in.
hands back.
So anyways, I remember seeing that video all the way back when. So if that happened back in 2018, that was what, 5 years ago? 4 or 5 years ago? 4.5, 5 years ago, something like that. Now, if you watch these videos on a troll channel, the troll channel will be celebrating that the lady behind the camera got somebody putting their hands on her and got treated violently. You'll have the troll channels that will celebrate that sort of stuff, and I don't understand it. I really don't. But they'll celebrate violent things happening to somebody. But then what they won't show you is after 4 or 5 years, you know, when this information finally can come out, how different it looks when you actually have these guys on the stand and they can't run anywhere and they have to actually answer the questions that were asked. So anyways, I'm going to roll the next clip to show you kind of why I wanted to cover this video specifically, because I've covered it in the past. If you're a fan of this channel, you probably won't remember, but it was a live stream I did a long time ago. I tried to cover a video cop watch safety training so that I could just push it out there to anybody that might think about picking up a camera and recording cops. Because I was watching this video before I ever did any cop watching, before I ever did anything on YouTube. So for me, this goes back to like a time before I even picked up a camera, or maybe I should say where I felt like I had some skin in the game, if that's a fair way to say it. But anyways, so I made this clip. It was cop watch safety training. We'll run this. And let me just tell you, with Pink Camera Magic, I hope that she gets as much money. I hope she can eat off this video for the rest of her life. That deposition, not only of the lieutenant, but of the sergeant. There's 2 videos on there. I think they both have over 40,000 views, if I remember correctly, last time I saw it. I hope that she monetizes these videos and can make money off these videos for the rest of her life. That's what I hope. I hope her kids can make money off those videos for the rest of their lives. So regardless how much money she got when she sued, I believe the case is up for appeal, something like that. Don't quote me on it. But anyways, I hope she can live off those videos for the rest of her life. Now, the video I'm about to play for you, it points out a mistake that that this other cop watcher felt she made. I'm not trying to criticize her for being too close to this crazy lunatic thug, because she didn't know he was going to snatch the camera out of her hand. But that's what he did. So we're going to play this clip to show you why it's good to keep a distance of 10 to 15 feet away from violent thugs. This is the best example. And again, it's not criticism towards the camera lady. Not criticism at all, but this is why you shouldn't get too close to them. And this is why I wanted to cover this deposition.
So it'd be, good afternoon, sir. How are you today? Malazzo, I see your name is. What's your first name? I'm Becky, or whatever the heck, right? If you can get on a first name basis, that can snap them out of the little training mode. It appeals more to the humanity. And it shows on the video that you're trying to be friendly and cordial, right? And inviting type of thing. Hey, would you look, whoa, that's too close. For civilian safety, would you mind just keeping at least 10 feet away from me? I'll just speak up. We can hear each other just fine. But there's really no reason whatsoever for you to be within 3 feet of me. I consider that extremely unsafe. After all, you are armed and I am not. Just something along these lines. So distance is our friend. I don't know how many videos I've watched where it's not even a factor. They just let the cop walk up however close they want to. This is the opponent. They're armed to the teeth. And that walkie-talkie can bring all kinds of more weapons to the scene. So why are you letting them get so close? 15 feet is even better. I can see you from here. What that prevents is them being able to make any quick moves. In this video here, he snatches a camera right out. He would have never been able to do that if she had asked, for him to stay away. Now, you don't try and make them walk backwards. You say, hey, I'm going to walk back 10 feet and just talk to you from here. That way, it's a much safer environment, staying de-escalated, and we can communicate with mutual respect. You look like a professional. Can I expect you to act like a professional? I mean, a question like that's great.
So anyways, what that was from the channel Ethics Instead. It was cop watch safety training. I covered it on a live stream, and then I used some examples from me doing cop watching where I've actually done that. Okay, I'm going to move back a couple more feet. We can hear each other just fine. And then if they tell you to go stand over by a curb, you just tell them that's not a lawful order and go get bent, right? That's what I learned anyways. So none of this is stuff I came up with, but it helped me learn. So then, of course, when I saw this deposition, which it's only a day or maybe 2 days old, the video just came out. I was super excited to watch the whole thing. It was, like I said, it's over an hour, but the whole thing is just, it's masterful. The whole video is worth watching. But I've got a few clips from it. This is where I'd like to kind of slow down just a little bit so we can talk about the clips that we saw. By the way, what do you guys think about the clip I just played? Do you think 10 to 15 feet is appropriate for anybody that does cop watching in here, or anybody that's got, experience being behind a camera? Do you agree with the 10 to 15 feet thing? Again, I'm not trying to harshly criticize the lady behind the camera because, obviously I've gotten myself that close to some of the cops before, but thankfully not many of them have put their hands on me. They have, but anyways. So let's play these next couple clips. This is the actual deposition. This is just a small 2.5 minute clip out of that deposition, but this is the way these cops are forced to answer these questions when they're on the stand. You know what, before we play that, I'm going to play you a local cop watch from my area, from the area I'm in, And then we're going to see when you can't run from the questions. That's really what I want to focus on with the deposition. When the cops can't run from the camera and run from the questions and they have to answer them, watch how uncomfortable they are. This is a local cop watch, and then it's going to tie into the deposition right here.
We just want to make sure there's no weapons.
Hey, hold on. If they're asking your permission, you can refuse. You have a Fourth Amendment right to be secure in your person and possessions. Sir, I'm on my property, and you can't step me away. You have to show me a law that says it's lawful order. Sir, I'm about to move.
I'm not trying to take it. He's not trying to take your purse.
I'm about to move. I'm not trying to take your purse.
Not trying to take my purse as he's trying to take her purse. No right to take my purse. He's not trying to take your purse.
I mean, we're...
Chief Keller, is it okay for one of your officers to walk around with the lady's purse, ask to search her purse? Chief Keller. Chief Keller. So there you go. Now you see what it's like when these guys can run from the camera and they can run from the questions. They're just so used to, hey, I don't have to be accountable for shit. I don't have to be accountable for my actions. I can just walk away and ignore you. That is why I was just so elated when Pink Camera Magic delivered YouTube Gold by way of this deposition, because this is everything you hope for right here, where the cops can't run and they are forced to answer the questions. We'll take a look at this 2-minute clip, I think it is, 2.5-minute clip. We'll come back and talk about it, and I'm going to read through your comments to see what I missed. Here's a 2.5-minute clip, and then I'd like to talk about this.
Are you familiar with the Fourth Amendment, by the way?
Vaguely.
What does it say in your own vague terms?
No illegal search and seizure.
Right. Unless there's
probable cause.
Or?
Okay. That's about all I know.
Okay, all right, good enough. He said that's about all I know. All right, now, there was somebody else who asked you the same question that I just asked you about your familiarity with the Fourth Amendment, who's in this room right now. Do you know who that person was? My client, Ms. Berquist, asked you that, didn't she?
I don't recall.
She asked you, are you familiar with the Fourth Amendment? You don't remember that?
No.
Okay. Did you watch any videos to prepare for today's deposition?
No.
Since the lawsuit was filed, have you watched any videos?
Yes.
Which videos have you seen?
The video that was posted online and Sergeant Larson's body cam.
Excellent. And on that video, you don't remember you asking Ms. Berquist, I'm sorry, you don't remember Ms. Berquist asking you if you're familiar with the Fourth Amendment?
I don't recall.
All right. If I tell you that your answer was, oh great, why do we always get the crazies, would you dispute that?
No.
Does that sound like something you would say to somebody?
That's something I did say that day, yes.
So you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember saying that in response to the question, are you familiar with the Fourth Amendment?
No, I just remember saying it.
Why is it that you felt she was one of the crazies?
When people act in a way that is not in their best interest.
How is she acting that was not in her best interest?
Well, at any time, all she had to do was identify herself. We could have done our report and everything could have gone the own.
And if somebody were to threaten you that unless you comply with their demands, they're going to put you in handcuffs, would you automatically necessarily comply with their demands?
Yes.
No object.
You would?
Calls for speculation.
He was able to answer.
So look at that guy squirm as much as possible. You don't know the Fourth Amendment? Surprisingly, the guy doesn't know the Fourth Amendment, doesn't know the difference between detain and arrest. When he's asked to describe the difference between detain and arrest, he can't. So anyways, real quick, my understanding, because again, you got to break things down for me like I'm a legal dummy because I don't know legal jargon and I'm not an attorney. But the way I understand it is that a detainment and an arrest, it's really the same thing, placing somebody maybe in handcuffs, holding them against their will. But one is kind of like, it's a short period of time, and it's a word that they use to make it sound reasonable. But we all know how unreasonable it is to ask a fellow human being to stay where they're at. They're not free to go where they want until you figure out what they're doing. That's just the opposite of the way the world is intended to work. Or is it just me? That's the way I see it. Like this cop is so. Oh yeah, and guys, this is a deposition. So this cop that you see in the video, this lieutenant, he is under oath. So you know the testimony he gives here is supposed to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, right? Oh, no problem. This reminds me, Bob, hello. I appreciate you being in here, Bob. Sovereign Dirt, thank you for being here. Raging Cajun, I believe I've shouted you out, but just in case, I appreciate you being in here. Women's Rights 365, let's go up here and let's see, was that you recording? I'm not sure which part you meant. Is it the lady's purse that was being held, or was it the pink camera magic with her getting assaulted outside of the courthouse? Neither one of those times. The only time I was holding the camera was when I was trying to chase down the chief of police to ask him why his officers are doing that. Because the way I see it in that video, when I'm trying to chase down the chief, right? The chief either knows what's happening or he doesn't. If he doesn't know, then he should know. And if he does know and it's happening, then it's his fault. But if he doesn't know and it's happening, guess what? It's still his fault. But we've got to try to help the chief of police. That's what we have to do. We have to try to help the guy. So I'm going to give you guys a couple examples of what I'm talking about, okay? Because I am trying to help this police department. As a matter of fact, that gets us into this next clip. But Women's Rights 365, you had one more comment. Let's do that before we play the next clip. Maintaining a distance is for everyone's safety. I believe I can get behind that. And then I saw another comment up here. Let me say hi to JOCOKS Copwatch. Appreciate you being in here if you're in here still. So let's see. I wanted to unpack this question because I believe it's a real question and not a trollish question, but either way, I think it's a good question. So you're not for violence, but up for people making money off videos that contain violence if they are the victim. If they're the victim of violence and then they can monetize something, is it better? Wouldn't that be better than suing somebody for it? It's like, hey, this happened to me. I was the victim, but I'm going to make a choice. I'm going to make a conscientious choice to not be a permanent victim, and now I'm going to be able to use that in the future for monetary gain. That would be a beautiful story if you ask me, Women's Rights 365. I don't know if that explained it, if that answered your question, but either way, whether it was a trollish question or a sincere question, I thought it was a good question. And then I see Salty in here putting up a face blue smiling, so I think it's something that I can't see. Thank you for putting the Press Harder channel link in there, Bob. I certainly appreciate that. I will open this up to a panel here in a little bit. I do have a little bit of battery life on my phone. Hopefully this live stream is going well. But back to what we said before we got a little distracted, how I'm trying to help the local police department. And we'll play this video real quick, and I'll just play as a reminder. When this guy's walking around with this lady's purse here.
We just want to make sure there's no weapons.
Hey, hold on. If they're asking your permission, you can refuse. You have a Fourth Amendment right to be secure in your person and possessions. Sir, I'm on my property, and you can't step me away. You have to show me a law that says...
So there you have it. That's my local police department. This is the email that I sent just yesterday. And I tried to tag Pink Camera Magic's video to try to help these guys out because I'm sincerely interested in helping my local police department by offering them, you know, like some sort of First Amendment training like this. Here we go. I'll show you an example of what I'm talking about. This is the email I sent yesterday to the police department where the purse snatcher was walking around.
Berquist, right?
Yes.
And then after some time you came back out and you said to Larson, that the judge is going to hold Ms. Berquist in contempt and put her in jail for 90 days. Do you remember saying that?
No, I don't recall that.
Is that something you would do or say?
No.
Okay. Then, right after you said that, you turned to Ms. Berquist and said, "Is that okay with you?" Do you remember that?
No.
Guess what her response was to you? Do you know?
I don't recall.
Her answer was she's going to remain silent. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
When was the last time you watched Larson's body cam footage?
I don't recall.
Within the past month?
I don't think so.
Okay. In December of 2018?
Again, I don't recall.
Could it have been before it got cold?
I don't recall.
You then told her, after she told you she was going to remain silent, you said to her, "You realize you're going to Cook County Jail for 90 days. Do you remember saying that to her?
I don't recall.
Is that something you would say to her?
I don't recall.
Then,
So anyways, I don't know if you were able to see that or not, or how well you were able to see that email that I sent to the local lieutenant. And I basically said, here, this is what you guys will look like on a deposition. Like when you're saying, like if the lady with the purse decided to sue you and you had Sergeant Brad Connell on the stand. And he had to say, well, why were you walking around with the lady's purse? Why were you trying to go into her purse? Was that an attempted violation? You know how they have, attempted homicide or, assault with a deadly weapon? This should be, an attempt to violate your rights should be criminalized, in my opinion. So if you attempt to violate somebody's rights, that's attempted violation. I think we need to have attempted violation on the cops, because that guy attempted to violate her rights by saying, hey, let me go through your purse, right? So do you see what I'm saying? I emailed that just yesterday to the local police department. Now, I'm not a psychological expert. I'm just a dummy with a live stream, okay? Let's pretend I'm just a dummy with a live stream. But my guess is that this lieutenant at the local police department is going to look at the video and go, oh, now we have to go get that one camera guy. We have to figure out where he's at. And we have to go try to bring him to justice because he's sitting there taunting us. It's like, no, I want you guys to realize that not today. The troll channels won't be covering things today. The troll channels will be covering the arrest. 5 years from now, we could be covering your deposition from your stupid behavior. Don't you see how this works? So anyways, let's get back to the deposition, because that's what I really came here to talk to you guys about. By the way, if you're liking this live stream, if you want to give it a like, that would be great. If you haven't seen our shorts, check out the shorts and, share the shorts. If you can, share this live stream with everybody that you know, because I really do hope that cops see this live stream. I hope we have at least maybe one or two cops or some relatives of cops that actually watch this right now, because I want you to see how your relatives or how you personally are going to look on the stand at a deposition, which in my opinion, this is why the lawsuits are necessary and needed. Not so much for the monetary gain from the lawsuit, but to put this on YouTube as a learning exercise, a tool that we can use. I'm not here trying to ridicule the cops, but it is fun to see that little piggy squirm. It really is. That little piggy squirming is great. So let's get back to watching the little pig squirm on the stand, taking a very uncomfortable deposition. The next clip I got for you guys, it's about a minute long, and then we'll come back and talk about these clips.
We never processed any arrests, no.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you at any point arrested her. I didn't ask you about processing arrests.
No object. Calls for a legal conclusion.
Did you arrest her?
We detained her.
Did you hear my question?
I did.
Did you arrest her? It's a yes or no.
No.
What's the difference between arrest and detain?
I don't know.
Okay. So even though you don't know the difference between detain and arrest, your testimony here today is that you detained her but did not arrest her?
Yes.
Is there any training required to become a lieutenant in Cook County?
I had to leave. Sorry, I had to leave you guys with that cliffhanger, but that was just such a banger of a question. Are there any requirements to become a lieutenant in Cook County? I mean, you want to talk about priceless content. That deposition has everything. Plus, there's the deposition of the sergeant. And it's so fun to see how these guys try to ping pong the responsibility back and forth between each other. Like, no, it wasn't me that violated her rights. It was the judge that did it. No, it wasn't the judge that violated her rights. It was, well, the person under me that violated the rights. And the whole deposition is just absolutely great. But let's come back real quick, and then I'll open this up to a live panel if anybody wants to hop up here with me, and we can run some of these clips again. But I just want to show you guys the troll channels, because I know I'll have a couple of the troll channels that watch this. So this is for you. I want you to see the video I'm about to play is from Frauditor Troll. And by the way, I have exclusive private emails with Frauditor Troll that are absolutely priceless. If anybody wants to see those emails, let me know in the comments, or let me know somehow that you want to see that, because I think I should share those private emails with Frauditor Troll because they're absolutely hilarious. If you didn't know, Frauditor Troll, okay, he runs a channel that is basically anti-auditor, anti-cop watcher, right? He makes shorts, and these shorts blow up in his face big time, okay? Because he makes the short out of the cop's misbehavior, then at the end tries to spin it back, and it doesn't work. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. Here's an example. It's Frauditor Troll stealing a video from somebody else, then showing what the cops do, and then the commenters in Frauditor Troll, so Frauditor Troll's own audience, actually sides with the camera person. Here's an example of what I'm talking about. Read the comments, and then try to see if Frauditor Troll really is, winning this battle in the court of public opinion. Here's Frauditor Troll's video plus the comments.
So this video is off of Frauditor Troll's own channel. It's one of his own shorts. Now, I want you to read some of the comments and see how this backfired. Quick correction, it's not Frauditor Troll's video. It's a video he stole off somebody else's channel.
Why do you have your handcuffs out? I'm in front.
Well, listen, who are you? Do you have ID?
I don't need I have ID.
You're behind here.
I'm not behind. I'm in front, ma'am.
You have an ID?
I don't have an ID.
Okay, listen.
What,
you need to
how
leave.
do you spell your name?
Are you leaving?
Yes.
Go.
I am.
Right now, are you subject to arrest?
I am.
Frauditor Troll, I hope you're listening to this at some point. That's people watching your video with your attempt to spin it your way for you to help people see it from your perspective. But did you see what those comments said? Even with you attempting to steer your audience the wrong way, the audience isn't dumb. They can see what happens on camera. So I just want you to see that, Frauditor Troll, with your own eyes. Your own commenters don't even agree with you on this shit. Which again, brings me back to why I think this live stream was important and why I wanted to bring you those clips and show you those clips. But anyways, I also put in the title, or if you caught this in the community section when I teased this live stream, I also wanted to show you guys how we're going to say that Juan Galt is a big fat liar. If Juan Galt is here, let me read through the comments. Let's see if we got Juan Galt to come here. And if you don't, feel free to let Juan Galt know that we are calling him a liar right now, because I did catch him in a lie. I caught him in a lie. And here you go, Mr. Galt. You are free to come up to explain why you chose to lie to your audience. Here's Juan Galt and why he was lying to his audience.
So this is Juan Galt's video right here, and you can see the title.
Educational video, but we've got a guy that I'm sure many of you have seen. Video came out this week. He was in a car with his dog, and he kept spouting all kinds of the soft sit stuff, and they finally arrested him and had to take his poor dog somewhere. So anyway, this is my reaction to another soft sits reaction to this soft sits video. So hang in there, sit back, relax, and let's.
So if you don't know what you were looking at, let's just review it real quick. That's Juan Galt reviewing a soft sits video of a soft sits, or I apologize. Let me make sure I state this correctly. That was Juan Galt reacting to a soft sit reacting to a soft sit video, right? And to my knowledge, I didn't see anybody that was a soft sit in that video, but it's right in your title, Juan Galt. So please show me the proof that you know that those guys are sovereign citizens. I know from what you said in your video, these folks were talking about the right to travel, and it seemed like they took an interest in law. In my experience in dealing with you, Mr. Galt, that is your criteria of labeling somebody that doesn't self-identify as a soft sit, but that gives you the right to tell that person that they should self-identify as a sovereign citizen. So I'd just like to see the proof of where you know that John Felix was the guy in the video who is reacting to another guy who I don't know was in the video. But John Felix, I don't think is a soft sit. He does discuss right to travel. I've seen him with guests that are anarchists. But to my knowledge, I don't know if John Felix is a soft sit or not. From my experience, he is not, but he does discuss some of the things that you might identify as soft sit. Anyways, Juan Galt, if you want, Nolly D, hello. Appreciate you being in here. I don't think I've seen you here before, but hopefully you enjoyed this live stream. Again, just to recap, let me put this link in the chat, by the way. I've run through all the clips that I had for you guys. So I hope you liked the clips, but I wanted to run through a deposition that you absolutely had to see, or that I felt was important that everybody had to see. And so what I'll do is I'll open this up to a panel, see if we have anybody wants to come in and chat for a minute. Joshua sent me here. Oh, cool. Appreciate that. Oh, and Mr. Galt did show up just in time. Your opinion is not a lie. It is my opinion. So, this is what Mr. Galt is saying. He's stating his opinion. Okay, but Mr. Galt, when you're stating your opinion, I'm glad you're here because we're going to play this one more time. You folks, as the audience, everybody that's not Mr. Galt, you get to tell me, do you think that Juan Galt is sharing an opinion or a fact? Because Juan Galt titles this video, the title to this video is Soft Sit, Soft Sit, Soft Sit, right?
So this is Juan Galt's video right here, and you can see the title.
Educational video, but we've got
soft sit's reaction to a soft
guy
sit.
that I'm sure many of you have seen. Video came out this week. He was in a car with his dog.
Mr. Galt, was that the title of your video? We got people backstage. Let's bring up people. Hold on.
Yeah.
What is going on?
I think that if Juan Galt wants to have an opinion, and then he should qualify it as an opinion and not state it as a fact.
Yeah, because my understanding is if you put something in the title of a video, it's kind of like you're stating it like a headline. This is a fact.
Yeah, right. You know, that's exactly what happened in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. right? The title, she didn't even write the title, but she just shared a link to the title in her Twitter feed, and I think it cost her $11 million.
Well, we have Mr. Galt here to defend his claims. So let's see how this thing goes.
You mean to
Mr. Galt, hello.
Hello, how are you today? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I didn't make any claims.
Did you write a title?
Well, yeah. Duh, you read it, didn't you?
And that's a claim.
No, it's not a claim. How's it a claim?
I didn't see a question mark.
How was it
Wait.
a claim for Amber Heard?
I don't care about, I'm not Amber Heard.
Well, if it's a title, I mean, a title is a claim. When you write a title, that's a claim.
Who says? You?
The court said.
They didn't say it to me.
Well, but you're not in court over this. I mean, you could be in court over something like this if somebody were to sue you for libel.
How could they? I didn't use anybody's name.
Well, it's clear you're talking.
I didn't use anybody's name, did I?
Neither did Amber Heard. Cost her $11 million.
Well, nobody sued me, so work it out.
Yeah, but that's a logical fallacy. Just because they haven't sued you doesn't mean you didn't defame their character by saying that they are a sov cit if you didn't have evidence or proof to back that up in the title. Maybe you didn't say a specific name, but who were you? Okay, let's pretend this is Juan Galt's deposition for slander or libel and his defamation of character deposition. Now you have to answer the questions truthfully, and you can't dance around the answers, and you can't evade the answers. When you made that title, who specifically were you talking about? Were you talking about the two gentlemen that were the focus of the video?
I was talking about the pseudo law that was being talked about by those people.
Did you understand the question I asked you? The question I asked you was, was your title in reference to the two individuals that were the main focus of that video?
No, it was to the ideology of the pseudo law that was being discussed.
When you said that this is a video of a sov cit reacting to another sov cit, who were you referring to?
I was referring to anybody who uses the pseudo law arguments that was being discussed.
But you were referring to the gentleman in the video as sov cits, correct?
Well, I was certainly referring and reacting to the pseudo law that they were talking about. That's what I was doing. Yes.
So
in my opinion, which I'm free to have here in the United States of America, and I'm free to express my opinion, that anyone who uses pseudo law to try to skirt responsibility for breaking the law is a sov cit.
Okay, so let me understand this correctly. So you're trying to define what a sov cit is, but then you're trying to avoid making the connection between your title and then John Felix was one of the two focuses of that video. So none of your title suggested a connection between a sov cit and John Felix, correct?
That's correct. Never used that word. I don't even think I knew who it was doing the talking.
But you said you're reacting to a video of a sov cit reacting to a sov cit.
Right, and a sov cit and a sov cit. Hey, objection.
Objection.
I'm supposed to be deposed by one person. I'm not here to be dogpiled.
Filing an amicus brief, man. You're being argued.
Well, then I tell you what,
I
I don't have to answer your question, sir, until you depose me, and you haven't arranged to depose me. This other guy has. So I'm not going to answer your question, sir. Don't waste your breath.
Okay, how about this? If you're feeling ganged up on, this is what I'll do. I'll try to assume your position, and I'll try to be on your side. Like that.
Well,
was
I don't.
not
I'm
a
here.
title that was meant for John-
I don't need you to do that, Josh. I'm here. I
Obviously,
can take my
you
own
need-
position.
Obviously, you do need that.
Obviously, I don't. I'm here. I
Yeah,
showed
I
up.
mean, you can only answer one question at a time, but you don't like good ones, and so you deflect.
I'm not deflecting, sir. I'm answering the question. I
You're
don't know
making
who the voices were. My opinion of soft-sittery, if you will, is anyone who uses pseudo law in trying to circumvent the responsibility of their actions. That's all I'm saying. That's a soft sit to me. May not be to you, may not be to the FBI, may not be to anybody else, but it doesn't matter. It's my opinion.
So basically what you're doing right now?
What pseudo law have I presented to
Well,
skirt?
logically,
Quote
obviously,
the pseudo law, sir.
What do you mean by pseudo law? What's your definition of pseudo law?
It's self-explanatory, sir.
It's somebody that takes an interest in law and tries to help get an understanding of the law. Is that what you would define as a pseudo lawyer?
No, it's those that will reject real law for pseudo law.
Real law.
Okay, so what about a Supreme Court case that has a dissenting opinion? And if I were to present the dissenting opinion, would I be wrong for doing that? And would you call me a soft sit for doing that?
I would say that if you're trying to rely on a dissenting opinion, which is not law, it would be pseudo law. So yeah, that would be, I would consider that person a soft sit.
So you can't bring up any dissenting opinions on any Supreme Court cases, no matter how close they are. If it's a 5-4 decision, you can't review any of the 4 dissenting opinions?
They're not law.
Well, right, but they're a law by majority. I mean, we can clearly understand that it's a law by majority. But what I'm saying is, maybe we'll just strip this all away. How do you define a soft sit? First off, Juan Galt, that's what I want to know: is how do you define sovereign citizen?
I already defined it like 3 times already.
Okay, so somebody that discusses law or takes an interest in law, because I haven't really got clarification on that.
Okay, let me say it real slow for you, Josh, since you can't grasp it. Okay, I said anyone who uses pseudo law in an attempt to get out of the responsibility of their actions of breaking the law, in my opinion, is a soft sit. I didn't say anything about somebody who's wanting to study the law or explore the law. I said someone who tries to use pseudo law in an attempt to skirt responsibility for their actions.
Okay, did
I say that slow enough for you, Josh? Do you comprehend my definition?
Well, what hung me up was the pseudo law.
Yes or no?
Again,
yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Do you understand the definition I just gave?
I understand.
No, because it kind of danced around. I mean, I don't really understand the pseudo law thing, though. Like, you keep saying pseudo law as if it's like some sort of ad hominem attack to maybe, even if somebody brings up a good point, but they're not an attorney. You know, for example, in that Pink Camera Magic deposition, right? She asked, "Are you familiar with the Fourth Amendment?" And that lieutenant instantly lost his mind over that. Right?
He's a fucking idiot that should never be wearing a badge. That's the bottom line.
Well, thank you for saying that.
On him and that sergeant, both of them are a disgrace as human beings, in my opinion, and they're ignorant of their own profession. They're the kind of fuckers. They're the kind of government people that I spent my career suing for fucking over people's rights.
So would you say that that was a clear violation of the Fourth and the First Amendment on the officer's part to her?
Well, I never saw the original video. I can only say, based on what I heard from the deposition, yeah, they violated her Fourth Amendment rights. And I would imagine if she was on the outside, that they also violated her First Amendment right. Now, I'm just going by what I heard on the depositions.
Okay, and then going back to the title of your video, would you maybe consider, or have you thought about maybe changing a title like that to Sov-Cit ideology, or two guys seem like they have Sov-Cit ideas, something maybe a little bit more opinion based and like a subjective type title? Because the way you titled it to me, I saw it completely objective. Like you were calling and labeling these guys Sov-Cits. Are you saying I was unfair in making that association?
I don't know whether you're unfair or not. Fair is, you know, a subjective term, but my opinion is subjective, and though my title is subjective, it expresses my opinion.
Well,
Would
see,
you
that's
agree
where
that that title is?
You're using pseudo law
Yeah.
right there, and you're using it again when you. Say
How's
that
it
because
pseudo?
you haven't been- Let me finish.
How's it pseudo? No, first of all, you have to say, you can't just make a claim and say you use pseudo law, and here's the pseudo law. So let me hear the pseudo law, and then you can bloviate.
Yeah, the pseudo law is that you're making a claim that when you make a statement without a qualifier, such as "this is my opinion," that you can later say it's your opinion. And the second example of you using pseudo law is when you said that you haven't been sued, therefore it's not defamation. The defamation occurs when you defame someone, not when it's branded defamation in a court of law.
Well, that's your opinion in legal theory. I don't agree with it, but you're entitled
agree,
to
Margaret
you're entitled to have your
Antino
opinion,
for-
sir, just like I am.
One of the oldest court cases in the history, Marbury versus Madison.
What's your point?
My point is that defamation is not defamation when it's branded defamation in an open court of law. It's defamation from the point that the defamation occurred. Marbury versus Madison.
Well, that Marbury versus Madison wasn't a defamation case, but anyway.
No, but the concept is the same.
No, sir, you don't understand how you apply court decisions. That's what your layman. That's your problem.
No, any law that's unconstitutional is unconstitutional from the point that it's written, not from the point that it's branded unconstitutional in an open court of law.
How's that fucking relevant to anything we're talking about? How is that relevut?
Well, I think. Yeah.
What law have I put out that is unconstitutional?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of constitutional or not.
For defamation, it's the same concept.
How's it? You're making a leap in legal logic that is you're not able to make, sir.
What are you talking about? Murder occurs from the point of murder, not from the point.
We're not talking about murder.
Open court of law. Theft occurs when the theft occurs, not from the point that it is branded theft in an open court of law.
Well, but that's here again. We're dealing with your opinion that it's defamation. That's the problem. My opinion, and I express an opinion and don't use anybody's name, is not defamation. I don't give a fuck what you say.
Who did you mean in that title? Because
she didn't use a name.
Yeah, because everybody was clear on who the title referred to, just like I think anybody in the court of public opinion is pretty clear on who you meant in that title. Now, I could get that wrong. That's why I brought you up here, is so that you could defend the position and say, no, I was not referring to John Felix. I was not referring to those two. But then that title doesn't make sense to that video at all.
Like I said, I had no idea, never heard of John Felix until somebody said, Who is that? And I had to look around to find out who it was. I deal with the law on my channel, law versus pseudo law. And my opinion, like I said before, is when I talk about soft sit, I talk about those who use pseudo law to try to skirt their responsibilities for their actions. That's soft sit when I use it in my videos. I don't care what anybody else interprets; it doesn't matter to me. And like I said, I didn't use anybody's name. I still don't know if for sure it was a John Felix, but I've been told that's who it was. That's all I know about it.
Well,
and it doesn't matter. If it is him, then he would fit my opinion of a definition of soft sit.
Okay, so let me ask you this question then, okay? Because I know you've made videos about me. I'm not butthurt or upset at you. I could care less that you titled the videos with me in it Sov Sit. But you've referred to me as a sovereign citizen, correct?
Probably.
Okay, probably, or you have?
Well, I don't recall, but I probably did, because in my opinion, you are. In my opinion, you are.
Okay, so in your opinion, I'm a sovereign citizen. What if I don't identify myself as a sovereign citizen? Like, wouldn't that be key into understand? Like, if you were to come up here and say, "Hey, do you believe this Sov Sit stuff?" and I was like, "Yeah, I totally agree, and I consider myself a sovereign citizen," wouldn't you consider that a main qualifier to determining whether somebody was something you're trying to call them?
Not if I'm expressing my opinion, and I have my opinion of the criteria that makes them a soft sit. In my opinion, no, I don't have to prove it to anybody any more than if I say chocolate ice cream is the best tasting ice cream there is, and you want me to fucking prove that?
Well, where I'm going with all this, because you've got guys like the Special K, K-Cuck, whatever you want to call him, Kevin Farrar from, Michigan, whatever you want to call that guy, he kind of like looks up to you. You know what I mean? Like he shared your video with the title in it. So here's what I'm guessing from a layperson standpoint, from just a dummy on the street standpoint, is like, they're going to read the title. They're going to say, "Oh, KFAR recommends this guy. He looks up to you." If you are calling the people in the video a Sov Sit, wouldn't you agree that it's kind of easy for the people that look up to you to go, "Oh, Juan Galt knows what he's talking about, and this is absolutely a Sov Sit," not, "Hey, in Juan Galt's opinion, it's a Sov Sit, but it for sure is"?
Well, that would be on KFAR, not on me. Bottom line is, what does the title say? It says, "I'm reacting." That means I'm giving my opinion. A reaction video is totally the opinion of the creator.
Okay, so in the titles, are there any question marks? Are there any question marks in your title?
I don't have to put question marks in my title because it's my opinion. Durr.
Well, an opinion can be wrong, or there can be differing.
The reaction is an opinion.
My opinion can't be wrong. Can't be wrong. You can't prove me that my opinion is wrong. If my opinion is,
right.
Yeah, I'm right.
Is an opinion, but you're reacting to a Sov Sit. That's the statement of facts.
It's a statement of an opinion.
The reaction to the Sov Sit is an opinion, and that can't be proven. But the statement of fact was that you're reacting to a Sov Sit. That's not
well, you're calling it a fact. I'm calling it opinion. Now, it's factually my opinion. Yes.
You stated it as a fact that the Sov Sit part, that was a statement of fact, and the reaction to it, your opinion of it, is an opinion, and that can't be proven. But
you can't prove that I'm saying that he's a Sov Sit to fit your definition of what you think it is. My reaction is using my opinion of what a Sov Sit is.
Yeah.
So just for clarity, make sure we're crystal clear. The title of your video is your opinion, and it's not a statement of fact, correct?
Well, it's a statement of fact that I'm factually reacting with my opinion to these videos.
You're
That's a
factually
fact. That's
stating
a
your
fact.
opinion.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah, I'm factually stating that I'm reacting to some videos. That's what I'm stating as a fact. Other than that, the thing speaks for itself because the people it's in the people's own voices. So those are, you know, like I say, it's factual from the standpoint that's what they said.
So just to clarify,
Okay, so
anybody that argues an opinion that's not yet law, but is trying to make new case law, is actually arguing pseudo law up until the fact it becomes real law.
Well, it's not law until it is it?
Right. So they're a soft sit until the court agrees.
I'm just saying if they're using pseudo law, that means it's not real law yet, or ever will be, or might not be. Yeah, that would be a soft sit in my opinion.
So everybody that argued for that abortion should be legal before Roe versus Wade was a soft sit, but then for the last 50 years they weren't a soft sit, but now they are soft sits again.
Well, I'm saying they were expressing their opinion that on a particular topic here, abortion, and they were basing it, and even the Supreme Court who decided the case were basing it on pseudo law. That's why it was repealed. That's why many justices, including Ruth Bader Ginsburg, said this is bad law. So, you know, although in my opinion, the judge's rationale was based on pseudo law, once they decided the case, it became law.
Can you answer Wolverine's?
Real law, it was still pseudo law.
Anything that is not law, and you try to say that it is law, but it's not, that's a pseudo law. Yeah, that's right.
Well, let me give you a life preserver.
Pseudo law or not?
Excuse me, you guys can't, you know, you talk at the same time, and I'm one person.
I know. You're
two.
This one line of questioning about Roe versus Wade. Was Roe versus Wade, was that pseudo law?
What? You didn't hear me. See, this is why you guys need to be quiet while I talk. I said, in my opinion, the justices' the majority rationale was they used pseudo law. But once they made the decision, it became law.
Okay. But now it's pseudo law again.
Well, there is no law. I mean, they basically repealed that law when they overturned Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, so now it would be pseudo law for anybody to go into court and argue that they have a right to abortion to skirt responsibility.
Well, it's a matter of state law, so it would depend on what the state law says, you know, that they would be challenging.
Well, I mean, they could challenge it in a federal court and try to argue it again on different, for different reasons, right?
Well,
different arguments that have never been made.
Well, I don't know. I would have to hear your arguments.
Well, I would make the argument that a baby is not even a baby, it's a parasite.
Well, good luck with that.
Right, but it's a different argument. But it would be pseudo law at this time, right?
Absolutely.
Right, and I would make the argument against abortion and say that actually it's a self-defense case. And that self-defense has always been ruled a privilege. It's subject to the state.
Well, you would be free to make any arguments you want, but I doubt you would get very far in the legal system. I mean, you wouldn't ever make it to the Supreme Court.
Well, if somebody threatened to kick you in the stomach every day for 9 months, you could kill them, right?
I'm not going to answer that.
What do you mean? If somebody walks up and just kicks you in the stomach every fucking day for 9 months? You can defend your life, right?
Well, if they were doing it every month, obviously they're not killing me, are they? It's not a lethal
day?
blow. It's not a lethal blow.
Well,
you know, you.
a lot of women die. A lot of women die from it. I mean, you never know when you're going to die.
Well, you need to review the elements of, murder and things like that. Go to law school if you want to play lawyer and learn the elements of crimes, and then what must be proven and what triggers the threshold that would make it murder or make it self-defense and things like that. Go learn.
Well, let me just say this. Well, it's pretty clear, Mr. Galt, that you've had an extensive legal history from what I've heard. I just wanted to make sure you were not going senile by putting titles in videos that were defamation of character, because as an attorney, you'd probably be smart enough to avoid making a claim in a title and then having to come on a live stream to defend the title.
I didn't come here to defend the title. I came here to defend your spurious remarks that I'm a liar.
But if you put the title together as a statement of fact and not an opinion, then you would be in fact saying something that you don't know if it's true or not. Just like
But
you did
I used in my title that I was reacting. It was my reaction, i.e., my opinion. That's clear to most people. That's clear to most people that understand the English language. Most people understand a reaction video will be your opinion of it. Very clear.
So if you're
if
you're not going senile, hold on just a second. If you're not going senile and you're the type of person that wouldn't do that to somebody else, would you go and change the title of the videos you made about me where you put soft sit in the title?
But in my opinion, you're a soft sit.
So in your opinion, you have the right to label me a domestic terrorist, even when I tell you that I don't appreciate that. So you're the type of person that would do it anyway?
I don't consider a soft sit a domestic terrorist. That's your words, not mine.
Those are YouTube words. Did they put a disclaimer on your video?
I have no idea. It's not my job.
No, that's a great question.
They soft sit in the title. They put a disclaimer defining what a sovereign citizen is.
Well, that's their opinion. That has nothing to do with my opinion, sir. That's their opinion.
I mean, do I walk around with the uniform and a badge, or do I wear a black robe? The answer to those questions is no. So how can you identify me as a soft sit when that's classic soft sit dress?
Because I told you what my opinion and definition of soft sit is.
So then if your
obviously, Josh, you have your opinion of what a soft sit is, as you just described.
Okay, but my point is, and here's my point, and I think people was hitting this nail before I was trying to laser focus on it, is that YouTube will put the definition, the convenient soft sit definition, under almost any title that says soft sit in it, right? Does that definition match the definition that you gave tonight on this live stream? Do those two definitions match?
Do they have to?
I think it's very important that, I think that's the driving point to why it's so important to get these titles correct, is because if your definition doesn't match what YouTube's definition is,
you're entitled to your opinion.
But don't you see how if you're using the YouTube platform, your definition should match up with the definition they post on the video?
No, I don't see why it should.
People, do you want to take over?
I mean, that sounds like pseudo law to me.
Then you don't know what pseudo law is.
Yeah, it's just, well, if that in fact is your definition, just about everybody fits that definition one.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why you choose to use the term pseudo law. And that was my whole point of bringing up what is pseudo law, because I think anytime you hear something you don't like, you'll automatically attach the label pseudo law so that you can just get out of the fact that maybe you might be going senile and you might be forgetting the law that you learned long back in law school.
Well, that's where, again, that's your opinion, and it's incorrect as it applies to me, but you're entitled to have that opinion. That's very easy. You know, pseudo means not genuine. So it's not genuine law that, in my opinion, soft sits use. So they use pseudo law, not genuine, not real.
Okay, so if harm came to somebody because they were brandished domestic terrorist, and part of that responsibility is from videos where folks throw a soft sit label on it, and then YouTube throws out their definition of what a soft sit is, and then somebody says, oh, this is a terrorist, and we need to handle them like a terrorist, and then something violent happens to them. How are you not responsible partly in that whole scheme?
Because it's not my opinion. I mean, it's not my job to worry about what other people's opinion will be. And first of all, I never used the word domestic terrorist. YouTube doesn't use domestic terrorists in their definition.
Yes, they do.
Oh, do
have
they?
You read,
No, I haven't read it.
A loose
okay, so you haven't read it.
That file litigious paperwork and or a loose grouping. Yeah, it does say.
Come on, you said you knew what it was, dude.
I don't know the whole thing word for word.
Thank you. That's enough. You can be quiet now. If you don't know, just
But hey,
say I
I'm going
don't
to pull-
know.
No, that's not.
I'm pulling it up right now.
That's pseudo bullshit again. It does say domestic terrorism. It says a loose grouping of individuals that file litigious paperwork. The definition of a cop.
And judges.
Yeah. And lawyers. Who files more litigious paperwork than cops, judges, and lawyers?
Okay, and so just so we're clear, Mr. Galt, just so we're clear, sovereign citizen movement, as defined on YouTube under the definition, and this is under a video that was titled SovCit, and it uses the Wikipedia definition. And then the Wikipedia definition brings you to the sovereign citizen movement is a loose grouping of litigants, activists, tax protesters, financial scheme promoters, and conspiracy theorists who claim to be, and hold on, I got to go to, I had to click on the button
answerable to only their particular interpretation of the common law, and believe that they are therefore not subject to any government statutes or proceedings unless they consent to them. Doesn't say a goddamn thing about terrorists.
Well, we didn't go far enough down this little rabbit hole.
Jesus, Joe, yeah. Well, now you want to move the goalpost.
No. I want to get to the definition because this is a long definition. The majority of sovereign citizens are not violent, and many will use pseudo-legal tactics in attempts to ignore certain rules. Okay, so let me get to the part here.
The sovereign citizen phenomenon is one of the main contemporary sources of pseudo law. Adherents to its ideology believe that the courts have no actual jurisdiction over people, and that the use of certain procedures, such as writing specific phrases on bills they do not want to pay, and loopholes can make one immune from government laws and regulation. No,
Yeah,
I'm reading down here. You know, how far do you have to go before they
last
use
paragraph.
domestic terrorism?
Please read for me the last paragraph that starts with also, comma, because some have engaged. Please read that paragraph for me. It's the last.
And you're talking about the FBI classifies. Well, I'm not the FBI. I'm not the FBI.
Well, it also says law enforcement, the FBI.
And I'm not law enforcement.
Yeah,
and
but do you see how...
that's their opinion, and it's not mine. So, you know.
And for some reason, you didn't want to read that whole paragraph. Could you read the entire paragraph for us so we have the full context of that last paragraph?
Sure I can. Terry Nichols, one of the perpetrators of 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, subscribed to a variation of sovereign citizen ideology. In surveys conducted in 2014, 2015, representatives of U.S. law enforcement ranked the risk of terrorism from the sovereign citizen movement higher than the risk from any other group, including Islamic extremists, militias, racist skinhead, neo-Nazis, and radical environmentalists. The New South Wales Police Force in Australia has also identified sovereign citizens as a potential terrorist threat. There. Finito.
Okay, so in that last paragraph, would you say that anything that what we're doing today on this live stream would resemble anything that would resemble a sovereign citizen extremist or anything to do with bombing or violence?
I don't know. How would
that
I
should
know?
be a quick no. That should be a quick no. Nothing that we've talked about tonight endorses violence. Nothing we've talked about endorses any sort of extremist beliefs, correct?
Nothing I've said, certainly.
Anything that I've said.
Well, yeah, I think I would say extremist beliefs would be, that judges are sovereign citizens. Because based on my definition of sovereign citizens, I would say that was an extreme, dramatic, over-the-top characterization, but you're entitled to it.
So now, because I think...
Let me step in real quick. When the definition is talking about being the largest threat, right, isn't it obvious that there's never been a larger threat in the history of the world than government?
And we have John Felix in the house. Sorry.
Yeah. John Felix, what's up? Drop the link for him. Let him come on panel.
Yeah, because after all, this discussion did kind of focus around Felix. If this is the real Felix. But yeah, I'd love to talk to Felix.
At a time like this. Who?
Yeah, and just to be fair, Mr. Galt, I will switch. I'll play devil's advocate, and I will be an advocate fighting along with you, so you don't get dogpiled.
No,
I don't need any help. I just need, if I'm going to be dogpiled, you speak one at a time instead of both at the same time.
Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah. So, but what was the question you asked before I shouted out John Felix? I'm sorry. I was.
Yeah, I was saying that the biggest clue that they're talking about the government in the sovereign citizen definition is when they said it's the largest threat that we have to deal with. Government has always been the largest threat. Nobody kills more peeps than the government. Nobody imprisons more than the government. It's always the government. Always.
And may I add that Juan Galt actually confirmed that position when he said, I've helped a lot of people fight and fend off government.
Yeah, because I think government, I agree with you. You won't get an argument from me because government is made up of humans, and humans can be asshole killers.
Yeah, when you give them power.
Absolutely. That's why government has too much fucking power. That's why every time I had an opportunity to fight them and cut back their power, I took it.
And it all starts with the premise that anyone has the authority to hold anyone else accountable.
Well, that's, kind of been human history for thousands of years. People, that's part of being humans. If humans were angels, we wouldn't need any government. And if government were run by angels, we wouldn't need any laws against them. I forget who said that.
I've listened to John Felix for a long damn time. And one thing that he always comes back to is what kind of man is going to walk up to another man and tell him what to do? Where does he get the authority to do that?
Well, that's the human construct of, political philosophy and how people through the ages have thought, people should react with each other and treat each other and things like that. And unfortunately, when there became so many fucking people in the world and in this country, for instance, you're used to be in the old days, maybe people didn't leave 50 miles from their home or see people maybe when they go to town once a month or something. Now people are everywhere and invading each other's space, and we've become a litigious society, and people demanding laws for this and demanding laws for that. And well, of course, politicians are only too happy to make laws and give themselves control. So if you really go back to the history in the United States, you'll find around the turn of the 20th century, the progressive era, that the people, the grassroots movement was, hey, we don't like this laissez-faire government. We got all these robber barons and all these big corporations that are stealing from us and doing all this kind of shit. We want government regulation. We don't want child labor. We want safe working places. We want government to check our food and our drugs. This was a big movement, and that's why, like I said, that's how we got to where we are today. Our grandparents fucked us over.
Yeah, but why would you call him a soft sit, though? I don't freaking get it. Like, why does it bother you so much when somebody questions where the authority comes from for one man to tell another man what to do?
None of my videos have even touched on that. My videos are pseudo law versus real law. That's all my videos are about. And my position is if a person spends all their energy and efforts trying to promote pseudo law, they're not going to get the result they want out of this country. That's my point. They're not going to get the roll. They're not going to get the rollback that they think they want. They're not going to be able to make the philosophical arguments in court. Political arguments are for your neighbors. You talk to them, you get them on your side, you get them together and you petition your government for redress, and you get people the hell out that don't do what you want them to do. That's the way it's supposed to operate, but it doesn't.
Well,
let me show John Felix
and make a pseudo argument.
Well, hold on, guys. Let me pause you guys right there. Let me play what your title says, because John Felix is in here, and John Felix wants to know what's going on. This is Juan Galt's title to a video that you reacted to, Felix. So we'll play you what the title says, and this is Mr. Juan Galt right here, who made the video and put the title in there. That to me appeared like he was labeling that Juan Galt was labeling John Felix a soft sit. Here it is.
So this is Juan Galt's video right here, and you can see the title.
Educational video, but we've got a guy that I'm sure many of you have seen. Video came out this week. He was in a car with his dog, and he kept spouting all kinds of the soft sit stuff, and they finally arrested him and had to take his poor dog somewhere. So anyway, this is my reaction to another soft sits reaction to this soft sits video. So hang in there, sit back, relax, and let's.
So that's the title that was in there. And Felix, your voice was over the other person that was in the video. I didn't watch much of the video. I just saw the title was deceptive. I felt like the title was deceptive. And if I was deceived by the title, and then the definition given on those types of videos doesn't match your title, Mr. Galt, then I don't see how that could be interpreted any other way than either deception or outright lie.
Well, that's your opinion, and you're entitled to it.
I don't know if that made sense for John Felix.
You were saying you better be careful before you accuse me of lying and defaming me, Josh.
And your point?
That you weren't saying, well, that's your opinion and you're entitled to your opinion then.
Yeah, then you were just saying, hey, you better not defame me. So you're worried
No,
about
I just said, I didn't make any threats. I just said, be careful when you do it. Didn't I?
Well,
is that what I said or not? Is that what I said or not?
Not with that tone. It sounded more like a whiny little bitch when you said it.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's what the government called me, a whiny little bitch, as they lost their cases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hate you. You're not.
Yeah, I
enemy of the people.
Mr. Gall, I don't even hate you for incorrectly labeling me on your videos that you do about me. But when you do it about other people, I know you did it to me, so I know you're doing it to other people. And that's when I say, hey, that's kind of wrong. You wouldn't want somebody doing that to you, I don't think. And you're here to tell me whether you want somebody doing that to you or not. Should I put Juan Galt stops by the panel to talk about pseudo law?
Yeah, do. Maybe it'll get some people who knows my name and check my videos out. Do it. Because I'll probably put this on my channel too. So yeah, do it.
So I have your permission to put pseudo lawyer Juan Galt talks SovSit nonsense and his pseudo tactics.
That's not what you first said that I agreed to, is it? Now you've moved the goalpost.
Well, I'll have.
You like that moving the you like that moving the goalpost. You like using that moving the goalpost fallacy, don't you? You love that.
Well, I'm not going to let you hit a goal. Are you kidding me? No.
You think I'm a SovSit, Juan Galt?
I don't know who you are.
What do you mean? We've talked many times.
I've never heard. Well, I don't recollect pseudo law coming out of your mouth. But if pseudo law has come out of your mouth as you thinking it's real law, yeah, I would call you a SovSit. Well, because see, I was a SovSit back in '69 to '72. I was a
SovSit, right?
Absolutely, because I was with one of the group that was the most violent. Although I didn't partake, and that's why I left them eventually. But the Posse Comitatus, and they were domestic terrorists without a doubt. I didn't know they were when I joined. That wasn't why I joined. I joined because they were against the government and big government, and Vietnam War was going on. I was on college campuses. Most of the kids on the college campus was Marxists that were doing all the Vietnam War protests. I didn't buy into Marxist ideology because they wanted more control over people. And the Posse Comitatus, I met a guy on campus and we started talking, and it sounded like something I was interested in. Because I didn't.
Who came up with the name Posse Comitatus?
I think that was Gordon Call. Or maybe Arthur Porth. I can't remember.
Because I have to say that is one hell of a name.
Posse Comitatus?
Yeah, I definitely like the Posse, and then it sounds like a cool name.
It's Latin.
Well, it's a Posse Comitatus Act that's where the sheriff can call all the able-bodied men together to do something that's necessary, and that's where that Posse Comitatus comes from. You can look up the Posse Comitatus Act, and you can look up the Posse Comitatus organization.
So can I just make sure and clarify I understand the position correctly? You self-identified yourself as a sovereign citizen, which you also made the claim that was one of the most violent fractions of the sovereign citizen movement. And because of some of the words that I've said, you've associated me as a SovSit and labeled me in a video as a SovSit. And so therefore, in a roundabout way, you've basically associated me with some of the most violent extremists to ever grace the.
Well, that's your opinion. And it's not that I did. Posse Comitatus was the group that came up with the term sovereign citizens. They called themselves sovereign citizens. That's where it started. That's where it came from.
Well, let's bring up one of the SovSits in the title. This is John Felix. Can you hear us, Mr. Felix?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
How are you?
I'm awesome, thanks.
Zombie Enforcement Bureau told me someone was calling me a sovereign citizen on here, so I'm just calling in to talk about it.
Do you know what my would be, Mr. Galt here? Yeah. Do you know what my definition of SovSit is?
I know what the dictionary definition is. I didn't know we get to make up our own.
Thank you for answering a question I didn't ask. Do you know my definition of soft
How would I
citizen?
know your definition? I use the dictionary for definitions.
Okay, there you go.
So are you claiming I'm sovereign from something?
No, I like I said, if you want to know what my definition is, ask me.
If you want to tell me your definition, go ahead. Is it congruent with the actual definition of
No.
sovereign? Oh, so
Of
you have your
sovereign-
own definition.
of soft sit. Yeah, I have my own definition of
Okay.
soft sit.
Sure, let's hear it.
Okay, a soft sit is anyone who uses pseudo law in an attempt to get out of the responsibilities for their actions.
And you're claiming I've done that?
Well, I'm claiming that somebody who uses pseudo law who misinterprets what a statute says, like that Texas statute, that's saying that and infers that a political you don't need a driver's license or that kind of stuff because a political subdivision cannot require it. So when you're in a city, they can't require you to have a driver's license and registration.
First of all, I put that video up asking the question, is this legitimate? Secondly, I was corrected several times in the comments, of which I acknowledge that while a political subdivision can't create their own license, supposedly the state can. And there's nothing pseudo about it. Now, if you want to know my definition of a sovereign, it's someone who's sovereign from the law, like police officers and judges and politicians. Those are the actual sovereigns.
Well,
by
that's
definition.
interesting because I've seen cops, judges in jail, put in jail. So they weren't.
So
immune
how
from
many
the law.
rapist cops who rape children get out of jail? How many cops commit murders that don't go to jail?
I have no idea how many.
The majority, obviously, if you do any research on this topic.
Well, I haven't. So why don't you give me figures instead of many?
I can't give you figures right off the top of my head. But
oh, okay. I thought you were trying to make a point. Never mind.
I am. If you're claiming I'm a sovereign, tell me what I'm sovereign from. Let's use the real definition.
I told you what my definition was, and that's my opinion of what they are.
So in your opinion, you get to make up your own definitions.
Damn straight I do.
Okay, so you live in a different world than reality.
Well, I live, my opinions are based on what I think and based on, if you want to say definitions, yeah, and my view.
Well, you said definitions. You didn't say your opinion. You said your definition. Do you have your own dictionary?
Well, I have my own opinions, and on my opinions include my definitions of certain terms, yeah.
And where can I pick up a copy of your dictionary?
You just have to ask me if what I think a word is defined. I don't have to make a dictionary for you.
So you create your own definitions outside of actual realistic definitions?
Absolutely.
Okay, that sounds very sane. You believe yourself to be a sane individual?
I believe that I have the right to form my own opinions, and on those
no one's talking about opinions. You said definitions.
Well, yeah, and my definition of certain terms are my opinions.
So you're not using the actual realistic real life definition of sovereign. You've created your own definition and you've put your definition on to me.
No, I've made my own definition of sov-sit.
Sovereign citizen was a term created by the Southern Poverty Law Center, which is a hate group.
No, it wasn't. It was created by the Posse Comitatus in 1971. They called themselves sovereign citizens.
In the currently, that was promoted and pushed by the Southern Poverty Law Center. We're not talking about the 1700s. We're talking about
I'm talking about the 1971, sir. 1971 is when the Posse Comitatus coined their name, sovereign citizen.
So you believe
and when they went into court, they called themselves sovereign citizens. And then when their followers went into court in the 70s and 80s, called themselves sovereign citizens.
And how am I associated with them? I never even heard of them.
I have no idea.
So you've created an imaginary definition for sovereign citizen.
For soft-sit.
In your own head.
for soft sit. Yeah, I use the term soft sit. So see, I even changed the name, didn't I? It's because it's my opinion.
You are not even close to be living in reality. It sounds like.
Well, that's your opinion, and you're entitled to it.
Well, I mean, there's only one dictionary as far as I know.
Oh,
for the most part.
There's plenty of dictionaries, and they change the meaning of the words all the time. They change the meaning of the word marriage. They change the meaning of the word gay. You know, they change all that stuff.
What's the definition of sovereign?
Well, they're the ones who are have the final say in the way a let's say a government or a political entity would be in laws and things like that would be done.
So if a person has sovereign immunity, are they a sovereign citizen?
Well, you're trying to talk apples and oranges here. We're talking about soft sits. Yeah, you are. We're talking about soft sits, and that soft sit that is
I don't know what that is.
Well, I just told you. It's my term
Where's your source?
Me, because it's my video
again,
and my
so
reaction.
We have to know what's in your head to understand what you're saying, because it doesn't exist anywhere else.
People who know my videos and watch my videos.
You make videos.
Yeah, they know what my definition of soft sit is.
And how many people are we talking?
Yeah, Mr. Felix, just to be clear, Mr. Galt also has debated several Supreme Court cases and is an esteemed attorney. So if he says a definition, then it's absolutely got to be 100% true, just for the record.
Even though it's located nowhere but in his own head.
Yeah, if it's
I think that's the position he's taking.
Yeah, if it's my opinion,
yeah,
and my opinions are in my head. That's
Mm-hmm.
And my definitions of terms and things like that. I mean, I used to have a 67 Mustang. Some people would call that a pony car. Some people called it a muscle car. It's
called slang.
Well, there you go. Now you're talking.
Oh, so you speak in slang only?
I speak, yeah, in according to the videos that I produce and the title of which we're discussing. Soft sit, as used in my videos, my reaction videos, my opinion videos, mean someone who uses pseudo law to try to skirt their responsibilities for their actions.
And which responsibility have I tried to skirt for which actions?
Oh, well, you said for 20 years you thought that commercial was the thing that and it proved what you said, that you don't need I'm paraphrasing here. You certainly insinuated that you don't need a driver's license or registration if you're not in commercial.
Did you ever catch the part where I say this is my opinion and I believe it to be true because we already pay for the highways, so we shouldn't need paid permission to travel upon our own highways? Did you miss that part?
No, I heard that, and you know, like I said, that was your opinion, and I was reacting to it.
And which of my actions am I trying to skirt?
Well, I don't know, but
I use pseudo law to escape my own responsibilities and actions. Which action?
Driving with the license and registration.
I have both of those,
and that's what you were insinuating as your opinion in that statute that you were covering.
No, sir. I said, I don't know. And I asked, that's why I put the video out, to ask what other people would say. And if you look at the comments, I was corrected. And I don't mind being corrected because I'm here to learn. I'm open-minded. Again, which action was I trying to skirt?
Then you got my video did the same thing as those comments you just talked about. I was correcting what was being said in the videos from my
Which opinion. One of my actions was I trying to skirt through pseudo law?
Well, you weren't trying to skirt it at that moment. You were insinuating that statute that you kept bringing up.
I wasn't insinuating anything.
Okay, that if you say so.
Oh, I wasn't. I put the video out asking if this is true because I hope one day that people realize we pay for the roads already, so we shouldn't have to pay once again to travel on them because we already paid for them once. The point of the license is because you're putting extra wear and tear on the people's highways. Thus, you need a license to commit commerce on those highways. It makes perfect sense to anyone who has reasonable thinking ability.
And just for the record, I heard you break that down, Felix. I heard you break that down like a long time ago. And I thought that made so much common sense. I thought it was just such a common sense way
I mean, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah. So in defense of Mr. Galt, he is getting old. He might be going senile, but I'm sure he didn't mean to put your.
Josh. Come on,
I'm
give,
sure he
give,
didn't
give
mean,
it a rest. Give it a rest.
I'm sure
I don't know. I've never heard of this guy.
Well,
and I never heard of you. I had no idea who the hell was talking in these videos. I'd never heard of you until somebody.
Then how are you labeling me?
I wasn't labeling you. I was labeling the soft set encompasses using.
You're having a hard time pronouncing it at this point.
Well, whatever.
Go ahead.
If that's your argument?
No, I'm just saying. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that the
soft-sittery. Go ahead.
Yeah, encompasses those who use pseudo law.
When did I do that? And which action did I try to skirt? Awkward silence.
Well, that's the problem with the logical
Well, it's
question.
it's asked and answered.
No, you never told me which action I was trying to skirt or which pseudo law I was using to skirt my actions. I'm going by your own definition. I'm trying to live in your world, inside your head, because that's where you're pulling this stuff from. Your head or your ass or one of the two.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, like I said, you're totally entitled to your opinion, but I'm entitled to mine. And here, Josh has made.
I'm trying to use your opinion.
You've made this whole. Josh has made this whole thing about my use of the word soft sit insinuated somebody's a domestic terrorist. And
that's what the police are trained. The police are trained that we are dangerous and we want to kill cops, which is the biggest bogus lie in the world.
I'm not police,
right?
Okay.
And that was
you
also.
Just sound like
but let me just bring this. Let me just bring this back.
And you
around
sound like a
quick.
soft set in that video.
Mr. Galt, let me just say something real quick, okay? If we did a roundtable and we were to ask, do I self-identify as a soft sit? I'll say no. People, if he's asked if he identifies as a soft sit, he'll say no. Felix, if asked if he identifies as a soft sit, will say no. And then you've already said you at one point identified yourself as a soft sit. Right there is the crux of the what I'm getting at with the title of your video, calling somebody a soft sit. You're the only one that's ever identified as a soft sit out of anybody that's on this panel, but feel free to correct me if I'm wrong because I just spoke for 3 other people on this panel. Feel free to correct me if that was incorrect.
Well, except for the fact that in my definition of soft sit, I'm not a soft sit. I don't use pseudo law in an attempt to get out of something that I've done.
And when have I done that?
Yeah, you
well, I have no idea when you've done it. I'm just going by what you said, the position you took with the guy that was using soft sit arguments. You agreed with him, and then you went into this. You talked about how 20 years you've been thinking this and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So you were agreeing with him.
And which part of my opinion do you think is wrong?
Okay, you're just going to interrupt me. Never mind.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, if you're going to interrupt me and then say I'm not giving full answers and I'm skirting the issues, fuck that.
So which one of my actions have I tried to skirt through pseudo law?
I have no idea.
Okay, very good. So you create definitions in your own head, you apply them to people they don't apply to, and you disagree that the people own the highways and you should only need a license to travel upon them if you're conducting commerce for profit because it adds extra wear and tear to the people's highway. If there are highways and we pay for them, why would we need permission from the government to travel upon them? Where's the logic in that? That sounds silly. You're not a free people anymore if your freedom can be impeded by a high school dropout gunman who's ready to kill you over a license plate. Is that what you believe? You believe that's good, that's the right way, that's righteous, that gunmen can literally kill somebody over a license plate?
Have I said? Is that what I've said?
Well, do you believe in the current licensing system and all the abilities they have to impede the freedom of travel?
Yes.
Well, okay, so you agree with them. So you agree that if someone's freedom is impeded for a blinky light or a license plate light and they don't agree with it and want to just be a free person, you believe the government has the ability and the right to kill that person for resisting, right?
No, I don't.
So what? But they do it though. So you don't agree with it? You don't agree with it?
I didn't say they people do a lot of things that I don't agree with. That, of course, is being the top one.
Oh, so you don't agree with people getting killed over traffic code?
Absolutely not. Unless
But
there's
that's
unless
the
there-
system
unless-
that's the
unless
system
it-
that's the system you're saying is legitimate. Because that's what happens.
It doesn't happen every time.
Oh, I see. So how many times can a person be killed over a license plate before it's too many?
Why? I made my point. Why do you keep bloviating?
Well,
on
how
it?
about this for the headline?
I
This-
said, how about letting me fucking finish the thought?
Okay, go ahead.
Like I said, the scenario, I don't think anybody should be killed over traffic violation. Period.
But their freedom should be impeded.
But I think here again, you fucking interrupt me. I'm
Oh, you
done.
paused.
If that's the best you can do, I'm
No, you
done.
paused. Go ahead, you paused. I thought it was my turn.
A guy can't take a fucking breath around here. You get
Go
so
for it.
excited wanting to talk, you don't let me finish a thought. I appreciate
Go for it.
that.
I'll
That's
give you
really
30
good.
more seconds. Go for it. 40. Take all the time you need.
Fuck you. You've already demonstrated.
Man, you're
your
very
in-
rational.
Well, you
sounding like a cop all of a sudden.
See, here you go. And you sound
You're
like
very
a soft
rational.
set. And you sound
Excuse
like
me?
a soft set, so it's all the same to me.
Oh, because I use pseudo law to skirt my actions? Is that right?
Because you use pseudo law in agreement with those that promote pseudo law, like you did in that video.
No, I didn't promote anything. I put up a video to see, and I told you I was corrected in the comments that the state supposedly can issue driver's license. This is not a black and white issue. This is a freedom versus tyranny issue. And if anybody at the drop of a hat from the government can impede your freedom up and to take your life, I believe I'm on the right side of history. Do you believe you're on the right side of history?
Yes, I do, because what you're talking about is political philosophy. You're not talking about law. You're talking about political philosophy, and that's a whole different area than law. Now, if you want to have a philosophical
the Fourth Amendment,
let's talk. If you want to talk about a philosophy and have a philosophical argument, let me know. If you want to talk about law versus pseudo law, which I'm about,
sure. Okay, is the Fourth Amendment the law?
Is the Fourth Amendment what?
A law.
Yes.
Is it pseudo law or real law? What is it?
I just told you.
Yes, it's a real law.
I said it was a law, dude. What's so hard about that to comprehend?
Well, because you create your own definitions in your head, you said. Just want to make I want to clarify.
I said on my opinions.
Okay.
Now you're asking me legal questions.
So the Fourth Amendment is a real law, in your opinion, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So traffic code and the Fourth Amendment, do they coincide? Are they congruent with each other?
Yes.
Really? So you have the right to remain silent during a traffic stop?
That's the Fifth Amendment, sir.
I understand that. Well, do you have the right to privacy in your person's papers and effects?
Yes.
You have the right to privacy?
Yes.
Okay, so when you hand over your information, are you not relinquishing your right to privacy?
No.
You're not. So giving up all my details, my private details, is not surrendering your right to privacy.
Well, what are we talking about at a traffic stop?
I'm talking about law. The Fourth Amendment says, but upon probable cause.
You prefaced it on traffic stop. Are we talking about traffic stop now?
I'm talking about any time. There shouldn't be a separate definition for when you're in your car. That's completely unconstitutional.
No, it's not, because that's what the Supreme Court has ruled.
So who's higher, the people or the Supreme Court?
Well, until the people take action and repeal laws, the Supreme Court.
So when the people try to take action in the streets, you call them a soft sit, and then they get murdered over a license plate, and you're saying it's a legitimate system.
Was that my definition of a soft sit?
You're saying pseudo law to skirt their actions.
Right. And did I say anything about protesting?
So protesting.
Well, you said when people take to the streets.
If you get arrested on the sidewalk, do you have the right to privacy? Can you remain silent and have the right to privacy and be secure in your papers and effects?
If you're arrested, yes.
Okay, so if you're just walking down the street, like in New York when they did stop and frisk, is that lawful? Is that congruent with the Fourth Amendment?
I don't think so.
And when the police break the law, do they have immunity, sovereign immunity?
I don't think so.
They don't have qualified immunity? Harlow versus Fitzgerald?
You didn't. That wasn't your question, sir. Now you changed your question.
Do police have immunity?
You said sovereign immunity, and now you went with qualified immunity.
Judges have sovereign immunity. Judges have sovereign immunity. Police have qualified immunity. It's pretty much the same thing. You're just switching up terms a little bit.
No, you are.
Go ahead. Qualified immunity. Do cops have qualified immunity?
In some areas, they do, yes.
They do. Does that make them sovereign from certain laws?
No. That only makes them sovereign against... will you let me fucking finish?
Go ahead.
That makes them sovereign, if you will, in a civil action, not criminal. Qualified immunity only applies to civil actions, not criminal. Duh.
So the Harlow versus Fitzgerald. So if a cop sees another cop breaking the law, do they arrest them on the spot like they do us?
I don't know. They have discretion on
right, and 99% of the time, what is their discretion?
I have no idea. I don't study those.
So you don't research any of this stuff. You just make definitions up in your head.
Well, I can make a definition of soft sit. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only definition we've talked about that I've.
Have you ever watched any videos where police are beating on someone and the other cops are looking the other way or joining in on the fun, and then they go to court and they have qualified immunity? No? Did you miss all that stuff?
Well, are you going to let me answer?
Sure.
What they do? Okay. Qualified immunity only applies to civil actions. It doesn't apply to criminal actions.
And?
So, if they have qualified immunity in being sued by the person they beat up, for instance.
So in civil actions, they're sovereign.
Okay, keep fucking interrupting me, you dumb shit. I'm done.
Oh boy,
that's the best you can do. Well, yeah, because I've requested and I've brought up several times that you keep interrupting me.
I'm trying to respond to your points by point.
Well, no, you're not. You won't let me make my points.
You're saying in civil actions, cops have sovereignty.
No, I said qualified immunity only applies to a civil action when they're being sued for damages.
Correct.
It's not criminal.
What? Okay. So in civil actions, cops have sovereignty.
They have qualified immunity.
Is immunity and sovereignty synonymous?
I don't think so. Not legally.
Oh, not legally. How about generally speaking?
Well, I don't know. You were talking about qualified immunity, which is a legal concept.
It's a court decision. That's all it is. Just like Terry versus Ohio, which is also unconstitutional. So if the Supreme Court says unconstitutional laws are constitutional, you believe they're legitimate. So slavery was legitimate.
Here again, legitimate is a philosophical term. It's not a legal term. So what I'm saying is there's many rulings that the Supreme Court has made that I detest. I hate. I think they're fucking shit. And that's why, and I think there's a lot of laws the government pass are shit, and they're trying to restrict our rights. That's why I spent my career as a constitutional lawyer suing the government when they overreach and break the Constitution and invade our liberty. Now, that's what I've done for a living.
So traffic code isn't one of those things?
unfortunately, according to the 10th Amendment and the Supreme Court, that the states, the people of the states have the power to regulate under the police power, which is thousands of years old, under the police power to regulate certain actions and that people can do for the health, safety, and welfare of the public at large. And
Right. And you believe
cars and traffic became a very dangerous thing as cars got bigger and faster and the streets got crowded. And so people said, we need laws, we need laws, we need better roads, we need better laws. And that's where it came from. And so
driving is really not that dangerous.
Well, they didn't think so. And if you don't think so, then get all your neighbors to agree with you and change the laws. Because
Well,
that's the
you
way the
can't
laws
because
came
most
about.
people are brainwashed like you.
Okay. Okay.
They believe anything the government.
Soft sit in the title. Yeah, and Mr. Galt, because just to break it down for you, Felix, Mr. Galt, he really gets behind and will make every argument to preserve the Second Amendment. However, the First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment, he's kind of iffy about. And then if it's the 10th Amendment, he's all for the 10th Amendment.
No. I've also set some precedent with the First Amendment on religious exercise. So, it's like I said, I'm for all the 10 Bill of Rights. So, that's.
Have you ever filed any 1983s, Mr. Galt? Mr. Galt, have you ever filed any 1983s?
No. That doesn't change. That doesn't change the laws.
So the 10th Amendment says to the states or the people respectively.
Right.
Right? Okay.
Right.
Now, if you were to ask every person, would they volunteer to go into a DMV and pay for permission to travel on the roads they already pay for? Or do you believe that's nonsense?
Well, I believe that it's a revenue generating and necessary from that standpoint. And I also believe it's
that's what it is. You finally said something right.
Yeah, of course. That's what that was the first Supreme Court decision. Hendrick v. Maryland said that's what it's for, that and registration. But also, I also don't want people that have seizures or that are blind or too young or crippled or something that can't physically control a car. I don't want them getting a license either.
And you believe the only way to stop that is by getting paid permission from the government and having gunmen selectively enforce traffic code? There's no other way to accomplish that other than by violence and threat of force through the government?
I don't know.
Of course there is.
Maybe. Okay, what would that be?
Well, first of all, you take, just like with a handgun or anything, every bullet that comes out of that gun is your responsibility. So when you're behind the wheel, every action you take is your responsibility. And you can have a tort claim or go to court over it, and police don't have to be involved. If they are involved, it should just be for informational purposes only, not so they can hold you there under threat and duress and steal your money. Again, common sense is the key here.
I agree.
Okay, well, you seem to be lacking that, sir.
Well, that's your opinion and you're entitled to it, but I totally agree with what you say.
You agree that we don't need gunmen to kill us over license plates. There's a different way to go about being safe on the roads.
Well, I'm saying that it would be nice if it worked that way. Me personally, and I can only tell you, studying the history of the whole driver's license, how it came to be and all that kind of stuff, it really came to the people were demanding it. And so it's you've got to get the people now to where they would recognize their rights and powers again and demand it. But I don't think you're going to get that because it does serve a necessary purpose to the point of a safety issue. The rationale used for that, I'm okay with.
The people who are unsafe on the roads are the travelers, because there's guys with guns who are willing to kill you over blinky lights. It has nothing to do with the majority of people drive perfectly fine their whole lives without any accidents. Most of it comes from green behind the ears. Guys and girls that just got their first car are not very good at driving. If anything should be mandatory, it should be driving classes in high school like they do in Germany, where they teach you how to drive and there's rules of the road, and you take personal responsibility, and you don't have gunmen literally wanting to kill you over blinky lights and impeding your freedom every chance they get to steal your money. Again, that's theft. Theft is not legal. I don't care how you put it.
Well, you know, the thing is that when it first started, when the road traffic laws started out, they did go by the common law torts like you described. There was no compulsory insurance or things like that. But that became unworkable because
why is that?
Because too many people were being injured, and there was the person that they sued didn't have any funds to meet it. So I guess the scheme they came up with was, you know, compulsory insurance. Everybody carry liability, so then the person will be covered. Now,
there's millions of drivers with no insurance.
I personally believe the compulsory insurance is unconstitutional.
Anything you're forced to do as a free American is unconstitutional. If you're under threat and duress to do it, it's unconstitutional. When you haven't done anything to anybody and you haven't hurt anybody else, when you're being forced at gunpoint to do something, pay taxes out of your paycheck, get paid permission to travel on the road you already pay for, all that's unconstitutional with anyone with two brain cells to rub together and critical thinking ability.
Are you done? Okay, now let me get back to the point. Thank you for that oratory of your philosophy, and a lot of it I agreed with. But you know, like I said,
it's just straight up logic.
So you believe in my soft sit rhetoric?
Well, I except for when you said that, you know, you used the term the right to travel, and you're thinking that a driver's license and registration is denying you the right to travel or somehow.
Of course it is.
Well, it's not denying you the right to travel.
So then why do gunmen stop me if I don't have it?
It's denying you the right to travel in a certain mode of transportation without a license. And that has been deemed a privilege to have. Now, if you think that's wrong, that would be your political philosophy. You don't think government should be doing these things. Then you have to convince people to agree with you, sir.
The privilege is making a profit on the people's highways. It's not. Travel is not a privilege. Doing commerce on the people's highways is a privilege, and that's the only thing you should need a license for, to trespass on the people's highways, to transport stuff for profit.
That's your philosophy. I get that. It's just not the law. It makes perfect sense. But it's your philosophy. It's not law.
Law in general is a philosophy to start with. Again, you're blending terms.
No, it's the manifestation of philosophy. It's not philosophy itself.
So it has to be congruent with the Constitution. The Constitution says we're free people, and unless we're hurting or doing something to someone else, we shouldn't be impeded, period.
I agree. That's why I've spent my life, like I said, trying to enforce.
So you agree with the soft
when I have. No, I don't agree with using pseudo law into trying to further
when have I done that?
Legal in trying to further either a legal position or to get out of, you know, what you think is a.
What is pseudo law? Let me hear your definition of
that. Not genuine, false, not real law.
So traffic code is pseudo law?
No, it's real law.
Oh, that's real law.
Yeah.
The ability to impede somebody at gunpoint under threat, duress, and coercion is real law, not pseudo law, because they did nothing to no one.
It's the real law in the United States. Yes, sir.
Is that your definition, or is that the real definition? Is that, what is that?
No, that's a Supreme Court law.
Okay. Do you believe the Supreme Court is the final say?
It is in the United States until Congress passes a law that overrides them.
So if 400,000 people surrounded the Supreme Court and said we're done with that, are they all soft sits or?
No, they're protesters.
I'm saying they use their Second Amendment to send a message saying enough is enough. We're going to go back to the Constitution the way it was written in plain English. Are those all soft sits? Are those terrorists? What are they? Do you believe the founders were terrorists?
Well, you said second. Yeah. Well, sure they were. Second Amendment.
Whoa.
Oh, they were rebels. They were. Yeah. Hell yes, they were.
Yeah. And what were they fighting for?
What they believed was their right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Okay, and that's the law, right?
No, that's actually the Declaration of Independence, which
right.
isn't law.
Right, and the Constitution was written with that spirit. Now, liberty, if any cop feels like stopping me, figures out a way, the 1,000 different ways they could stop me and impede my freedom at gunpoint, that's not pseudo law? That you believe that's constitutional law?
It has been deemed so by the Supreme Court, yes.
Okay. The Supreme Court is a joke. Anyone with critical thinking ability knows that. They've gone way off the rails, and they don't follow the Constitution. They get to pick which cases they hear and don't hear. They're appointed for life. It's a complete joke.
Well, a lot of that I agree with.
You keep agreeing with the soft sit.
Well, that's not a soft sit position. That's
but I'm a soft sit.
No, you're soft sit if you support, like you appeared to support, or use pseudo law, i.e., the right to travel means this. Well, that you can't prove that because in the U.S.
I never said I could prove it. No, I never said I could prove it. I said I've been saying it since the 90s.
I was using everybody, not you personally.
Well,
okay,
and people,
you're making a false claim.
What was the question that people had? I want to know what the question people had.
Yeah. Thank you. I've always wanted to ask you, John. I really like your ideas and stuff, but where do you think that you get a right to have superhuman abilities?
Such as?
Travel at 65 miles an hour all of a sudden.
I don't understand that question. I'm sorry.
Well, you're not born with the ability to move at 65 miles an hour, are you?
You mean on foot?
Yeah, as your natural rights, right? Like you have a natural right to believe what you want. You have a natural right to say what you want.
Mm-hmm.
But where do you get a natural right to travel at 65 miles an hour?
Because I'm a free American, and if I'm going 65 miles an hour and I'm not endangering anybody, trespassing, damaging anybody, I should be allowed to do it.
I'm not saying you don't, but I'm wondering how that's a natural right. I mean,
natural right to have liberty?
That's a relatively new thing, right? Like within the last 120 years that, or 200 years that machines were even created to assist you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And in order to get those machines, where do you have the right to own those machines? Like who had the right to sell you the minerals to make steel?
The person who dug it up.
They own it?
Do they own the minerals that they dig up? If they went about it legitimately and didn't trespass, didn't endanger anybody, didn't hurt anybody, then yeah.
But okay,
if I found a piece of gold on the beach, it's mine, right?
But any car that you buy today would be like if you dig something up today, or if you own a house today in this country, then the United States government sold you that, and they stole it.
You mean through property tax?
No, they stole it from the Indians. Did you forget?
Oh, the Indians, sure, but again, the Indians couldn't defend their land. They didn't come together, and they were actually killing each other. So if they gathered together and fought us off, this would still be Indian land. But it didn't go that way.
If we get together and fight off this government, then it would be the people's land.
Of course.
Yes.
It's already happened once.
Else takes it.
Exactly. You have to defend your property. Exactly.
So actually, you don't have a property right. What you have is it takes guns. Guns make might, or might makes right, and that's not
might make in a defense. In a defensive action, yes.
Yeah. So there's really no such thing as property rights. It's really just the right to attempt to defend your property, and also you might lose.
But you don't have that right now. You have that right against other citizens, but if you try to defend your property from the government, they will murder you.
Well, that's because they're way stronger than you. Just like any animal can attempt to defend their property, but you know, one lioness is not going to take on 3 male lions. They're going to run, right?
They have more power over me, but the British also had more power over the colonists until the colonists said no more. If one guy can't do all this, because if I could do all this by myself, that would be great.
Well, but then you would be doing it to somebody else.
Doing what?
What they're doing to you now. If you were in the majority, you would take it from them.
No. I only believe in defensive violence, not offensive violence. If I own a piece of property, I'm allowed to defend it from anybody except the government for some reason.
Well, you're allowed to try, and you're also allowed to die miserably in failure.
Of course.
Right? So just because this government happens to be so powerful that nobody in their right mind would fuck with them.
Not
Right,
alone, not
doesn't mean that you
alone.
don't
It can't
have
be
the
done
right to
alone.
try.
We
Not
outnumber
this
them
government.
10,000 to 1. You can't do it on your own. And that's what
Yeah,
they're
not
hoping for, is that we never band together.
right. Not this government, but all governments fall eventually.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that day will come.
Okay, I'm ready.
And it will be anarchy.
Well,
I mean, you
peaceful
understand that
anarchy is okay. To me,
there's no such thing.
in my opinion, the Constitution is basically a controlled anarchy.
Well, when civil wars happen, I mean, like at the revolution, you think it was just peaceful?
No.
Right. There
No.
was
The
theft,
colonists were
there was all
defending
kinds of
themselves.
crime going on, right?
Well, the colonists were defending themselves from the British.
Well, that's what you read in the history books, but they don't focus on all the crime that the colonists were committing against each other at the same time, right?
What kind of crime specifically?
The kind of crime that everybody does. There's gangs, there's mobs, there's, you know, it's always the stronger is always trying to take from the weak.
Yeah, that's your
the
natural
government
law.
just happens to be the strongest. Yeah, that's natural law.
Well, the government isn't the strongest. The people are, once they band together.
Well, the people have the power. Yeah, the
Right.
people are on top, but you know, the people are peaceable.
For now.
Well, I believe they're always peaceable. I mean,
Until someone encroaches on them.
Would Martin Luther King breach the peace if somebody encroached on him?
Would he breach the peace?
Yeah,
The peace was already breached.
but he didn't breach it. He
Right.
He stood there and let him hit him, right? Attack him with dogs. He didn't fight back, did he?
No, he didn't.
And it worked, didn't it?
It worked how? You mean with the Civil Rights Act and all that stuff?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he wasn't fighting for rights. He was fighting for civil rights, for privileges.
Okay.
But he got it worked, right? It changed hearts and minds.
Yes.
Right?
To a degree.
And Jesus wouldn't have breached the peace, and they still crucified him, but then they've regretted it ever since.
Okay.
Right? So, you know, you say that the people will breach the peace when they get encroached upon, and I'm saying no, they won't.
You saying they're going to lay down and let the government kill him?
Yes, if they want to, but it takes all the fun out of it if you don't give a damn.
The fun out of it for who? The government thrives on it, whether you give a damn or not. Cop doesn't care if you give a damn. Government doesn't.
Yes,
Judges
they do
don't care.
They do care.
In what way? They don't care about. Go ahead.
Well, do you know that I was just kidnapped, John?
By who?
The government.
Okay.
And you know, I make them carry me, right? You know, I don't walk for them.
Good for you.
And I don't talk for them, and I don't explain myself to them, and you know, I don't answer to them, right? You know this.
Absolutely.
I have a history of that.
Yes.
And they don't, and I don't eat.
Okay.
and I just went 34 days without eating.
Wow, that's what I need. But go on.
And they gave up.
They gave up what?
They gave up on trying.
What was it? What did they kidnap you? What was their reason for kidnapping you?
Well, for filming.
Oh.
But they call it obstruction. You know, the word games. You know how they do it. Obstruction.
So after 34 days, what happened? This is pretty interesting.
Well, they came and they said it's time to go, and I ignored them.
Time to go where? Like be free again?
To leave. They wanted me to leave. They wanted me to get out of there. They couldn't deal with it anymore.
So they dismiss your case?
I don't know, because I don't pay any attention to what the government does.
Well,
It doesn't matter to me at all.
I get it, but if they still have that thing over your head, you're basically a second away from being kidnapped again.
You're never more than a second away from getting kidnapped again. What changed? They don't want me, John. Do you understand?
Right.
I was there. They could have, if they wanted me, they could have held me. I didn't agree to leave. They had to tase me twice to get me out the door.
To take you out of jail?
Yeah, they tased me twice to kick me out because I wouldn't leave.
Now tell me, why wouldn't you leave?
Because I was ready to go another 34 days. I didn't think they had learned their lesson. But I wanted them to carry me and to dress me. But I didn't think in all the world I'd be able to get them to tase me. If I had known that, I would have just told them, tase me twice and I'll get the fuck out of here.
Okay, but you don't know if the charges were dropped?
No, I don't know, but I know that they don't want me back. I was there. Why would they?
They'll put you back.
Me twice to get me to leave. Why would they beg me to leave just so that they can come get me again?
Because those specific people were done with you. Now a new set of tyrants will come get you again, especially if you have that hanging over your head. That's not a cycle. That's not how I want to live my life. I want to be free all the time.
How is that hanging over my head? I went and I filmed that cop again, and he told me what to do, and I didn't do it. And he had a chance to pull out his pink Muffy cuffs and come over and call 4 of his gangbangers and pick me up and put me in his car again, and he didn't. He walked away and tucked his quirk tail and put it between his legs.
That's fantastic, but that's your specific scenario. That's not going to work for everybody, and not everyone can go 34 days without eating. That's not
right, because they don't
reasonable.
They actually care, right? And that's where this started. Is me asking you. You see, saying that the people will breach the peace. I didn't breach the peace. I didn't resist, but I didn't assist, and it took away all the fun. Just like Martin Luther King would have done, just like Jesus would have done, just like Gandhi would have done, and they give up because the rapist doesn't like to rape when you don't fucking care.
Right.
Right. When you're just like, there's nothing you can do to me.
You're braver than 99% of men in America. Let's be honest about that. You're braver than I am. Most auditors are braver than I am. Let's be honest about that. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want someone sticking their hand up my ass or whatever the fuck they do over there. And eventually it'll come to a point where I will defend myself with lethal force. If it comes to it, I don't want it to come to that. I want it to be amicable and we all respect each other's rights and we stop with all this bullshit. If that takes defensive violence, then it takes defensive violence. If I go 34 minutes without eating, there's a problem.
That's an illusion.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, the illusion that you can defend yourself when you're not controlling yourself. You see, if you care what somebody else, if you think somebody else has power to do anything to you, then you're not controlling yourself. The only one that you should care about is what you think.
What does your how'd your family feel when you were gone all them days?
You show, right? Like, I don't go in and say, I'm not going to explain myself to you. I just don't explain myself. I don't participate.
Sure.
I don't care. If they want to
have a wife?
Me in absentia and say I'm guilty or whatever, well, the clock's ticking.
Doesn't your family miss you when you're gone for all them days?
My family?
Yeah.
What family?
You not have family?
I mean, I guess the First Amendment community is about as close as I could get to family. And yes, I was missed, but I don't tell anybody where I am.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few peeps that found out where I was, and they found me, and they know that, not to go and tell everybody, because I don't bail out, and I know that somebody's going to do a live stream and want to bail me out and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't bail out.
I thought you had a bunch of
Right.
children.
No, why would you think that?
Are you not press on?
I'm one of the people. That was my first channel, was Press On, and now I do Press Harder.
And when you went out on audits, there was a bunch of kids with you at one point, was there not?
Those weren't mine.
Oh, okay. So you are basically no wife, no kids right now.
Right. Those
What
are
about?
privileges, John. I just have rights.
Sure. And how do you pay your bills? How can you pay your bills when you're gone for 34 days?
I thought you knew about me, John, but I just walk. I have faith. I put one foot in front of the other.
Mm-hmm.
I find what
Amble
I need,
forth.
and sometimes I don't ask for anything. I don't have a name, so I can't have bills. I don't have bills.
Do you have a home? Do you have property? Do you have anything?
I live in my body.
I understand,
I
but
can't own. I don't have a
how
name.
about shelter?
Can you own it? Can you own a house without a name?
What you're saying right now is above my head, honestly.
I thought you watched my channel, John.
I watch your channel constantly, but it doesn't mean I grasp everything you say. I can't. A
Okay.
lot of the stuff you say is over my head. It really is.
Okay, but you do know that I don't use a name, right?
You use press on. I know you as press on. I did not know
that's
that
what
you
I
had no
do.
name at all.
No, that's what I do. That's an action. The people
Mm-hmm.
press on, press harder, press
Right.
now. It's
Yeah.
something they do. It's not what they are.
I did not know that you didn't use a real name like I use John Felix. I did not know
Yes,
that.
I do not.
Okay.
Right? When I would say the right of the exercise your Fourth Amendment right is one of the people not to be in your person.
Okay, that's over my head again. Not to be in your
Right.
person. Tell me what that means.
That means not a person is a persona,
Mm-hmm.
something other than what you are.
So how do people refer to you?
People. Everybody calls me people. That's what it says on the screen right now, right?
That's your pronoun?
It's not a pronoun. It's what I am. It's not.
I'm
It's not
joking.
who I am. Well, I'm genuine and sincere, John, but I don't use a name.
Okay.
Right? I long ago stopped using it. It's not necessary.
Okay.
Because the only reason I would need a name is to own something or to
Mm-hmm.
get a benefit like food stamps or Social Security or a bank account or a driver's license or
Mortgages.
buy alcohol at Walmart or
Mm-hmm.
to file a lawsuit. I can't do any of those things.
Okay. So you're
Not
saying
without a name.
the solution for everybody is the same as what you're doing?
No, I've never advocated anybody to do what I'm doing. In fact, don't try this at home. You
Right.
can only do
I would
it
never
in
recommend anyone do what you do.
Right. And I don't criticize the way you're doing it either, but I'm sensing that there's some slight flaws in your argument. And that's why I asked you, where do you get the right to travel at 65 miles an hour? Because see, Juan was saying that you're being restricted from a certain mode of travel in a vehicle, also in a plane, in a space shuttle,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, in a submarine, right? Because all of these are unnatural modes.
Okay.
You can walk.
You can fly planes without a license. They just have to be under a certain weight or something like that.
Okay.
Okay. So you don't need a license to fly certain planes.
If you own it, but you still have to register the plane.
Right. Which, again, registration is nonsense because it always leads to confiscation.
But
Always.
what is the reason for registration, John?
As far as your private property, there shouldn't be one.
Okay, property ownership does not exist unless somebody else recognizes it.
Well, I recognize it, and I'm willing to defend it.
but nobody else recognizes it. And so what you're doing with registering is you're saying, please, government, protect my right to own property. And so you go and you tell the government, this is my plane, this is my car, this is my house. And the government says, okay, we just happen to have a lot of guns. And if anybody takes your property, we'll go and get it back for you. Maybe, but we have no obligation to do it. So you better be nice.
But I don't register my private property for that reason. I register my private property under threat, duress, and coercion.
But if you don't register it, then who's going to know that you own it?
The person who tries to touch it or get into it and they get shot in the face, that person will recognize it real quick.
And everybody knows that there is that natural law, right?
All right.
A squirrel steals one nut from another squirrel, and the squirrel's looking over its head, right? Thinking, oh, am I going to get attacked?
Of course.
Right? And that's a natural law. But
Mhm.
violence leads to violence.
Okay.
Right? And peace leads to peace. And some philosophers and thinkers over time have realized that that's not actually the way.
Are you saying that people don't know property that's not theirs? They don't know that it's not theirs?
Well,
Because that only people that are doing that is government.
Well, if you're holding something in your hand, obviously I know you're keeping and bearing it.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's if you drop a quarter on the sidewalk, okay, and I walk by and see a quarter on the sidewalk, I don't think it's yours.
No, that's different.
Right, but you might still think it's yours and come back and look for it and it's gone.
I would think it was mine because I
was
didn't
yours.
defend it properly.
Yeah, okay, you didn't defend it properly, but that's just a quarter. But you see, as the escalation of the value, the perceived value of the thing goes up and up, like now imagine you leave a bike on the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I walk by, I'm not going to touch that bike. I already know that somebody still thinks they own that bike.
Somebody does own that bike.
Yeah, but they left it
Or
on
an
the
orange
sidewalk,
from
just
an
like
orange
the quarter.
stand.
I'm
Just
sorry?
like the quarter.
Say
Oh,
again?
I was just saying, or an orange from an orange stand. People doesn't know about this, but there was somebody that
Yeah,
got
I
in
know
trouble
about that.
because they took an orange from a vendor. Well, people was abducted at the time, so we have to bring them up to speed on that. But I'll do that later. Sorry, but go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation.
I want to interrupt before they start back up and to John.
Yeah, get back to Juan.
John,
We
have you heard
Let's
of?
think about that.
No, I was just going to ask John if he had heard about these title frauds where people go in and put a quick claim deed, I guess, and take legal title to somebody's house, for instance.
Yes.
Well,
Mostly banks and government.
Well, there are just crooks that do it too. But,
Sure.
And I'm talking about those.
Okay.
So you can't shoot them in the face. That's what I'm saying. They're not coming through your door. Wouldn't you then have
Eventually, they're going to try to take the property. Eventually, they're going to try to take the property, and they're going to bring gunmen with them. It's done all the time. They have to use force to get you off your property, and I believe you have the right to defend your property.
So you would choose that as opposed to fighting them in court?
Choose what?
Well, that course of action to protect your property,
As
other than
a
going
last
to
resort, yeah. Well, the thing is, you can't defend yourself against the government by yourself.
No.
If
I'm
Americans-
not talking about the government, John. Stay with me on this. I'm talking about these people, these scammers that are out there, and they're stealing title, filing false titles to property and such, and taking out loans and second mortgages and all this kind of stuff on the property. And I'm just saying, so the way you would fight that is not going to court, or
Well, how would that person take the property?
Well, they have title to it, and if they tried to enforce the title and kick you out, for instance,
How would they do that? Logistically.
Well, they would probably use the court system as what
And how would the court system take it from you? They'd show up with guys with guns from the government. Again, that's the government doing it. Because if that scammer tried to come on my property by himself, I'd shoot him right in his face.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, once you receive the notice of this shit coming down, You would sit there and wait for them to come and get you.
Oh no, of
or
course
you would,
not.
or would you go on the attack through the courts?
I would do everything I can not to use violence at first, of course. But if they try to come,
that's it. I really didn't mean to interrupt. I was just wondering if you had thought out this tax lien stuff, because I've thought about that some. But anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let people get back.
and I believe if we band together, we could get rid of property taxes, because those are also unconstitutional. How is it you pay off your property, or you pay off your house after 30 years and you still got to pay a yearly rent to the government? That's ridiculous. That means you don't own your property. The government does, and they're leasing it to you.
Well, of course, property taxes are some of the oldest taxes, and yeah, I agree. They seem to be superfluous, especially once you've paid off the property and it's really yours free and clear. But
I mean, if
property tax is really mostly a usage tax for stuff like the schools and county.
And if you don't use the schools,
like
I don't have kids in school or nothing.
Well, I understand that. I'm just saying that's their usages that taxes for the benefits that are there, because you may not die, you may move off or what, and somebody else come in that have kids, but they wanted a place with the school. There's the rationale is not as cut and dried as you think. But I'm just saying property taxes are more along the lines of a usage tax, and as far as and it's based on the value of the land. But like I said, I'm not a fan of them. Don't get me wrong. I'm just kind of giving the way it works. I'm not, just because I explain how things work doesn't mean I agree with them. I
know how they work. It's always through the barrel of a gun, unless like you said, for some scammer to come take my property using a scam, they would have to use the government gun to do it. They couldn't do it on their own.
And if I'm just saying, you as the rightful owner could probably make the better case and use the government power to punish them.
No, that's, again, you shouldn't have to be put through those extenuating circumstances to keep your own property. The property's mine. I've lived here. I paid it off. End of story. And if there's ways that scammers can do that, then the system's broken and it needs to be fixed from within. It has nothing to do with me. You fix that. This is my house. This is my property. End of story.
Well, I'm not arguing your point. I'm just
okay.
I'm just basically kind of amazed or interested in your knee-jerk reaction was a shotgun, as opposed to a more civil thing, going through courts and saying, "Hey, motherfucker, this is mine. I'm going to fight for it here." And then I would resort.
Shouldn't have to.
Well,
right. Why should you have to fight for it, though? I think that's the most important point, is why should you have to fight for it? Like, government should just, income tax and property tax, if there's any taxes that are just legitimate forms of state theft, those would be the two most absurd taxes that you have, an income tax and a property tax. It's like, basically, you're not free to make your own money, and you're not free to own your own property.
Let me make this point real quick. There are plenty of constitutional taxes collected by our government to cover everything. Constitutional taxes are indirect taxes, like sales tax. Like, if you don't want to pay tobacco tax, you don't smoke. Okay? The ones where they force you to pay them under the threat of a gun are not constitutional and are not in line with the core principles of America.
And you would think with the tax on gasoline. Oh, go ahead.
You're wrong. John. There's no such thing as a buyer's tax. It's a sales tax. If you don't want to pay tobacco tax, don't sell tobacco. Okay? If you buy tobacco, you're not paying tax. You're paying a price. The supply and demand controls the price.
But they add an extra tax onto it.
No, they don't. They just list it as a tax on the receipt. They list it separately. You're going to pay, if you're going to pay $1 for something, then that's what you'll pay. And when somebody decides to sell something, they figure out how much you will pay. Okay? If you'll pay $1, they're going to charge $1.
But the seller doesn't get the dollar.
That's up to the seller. The seller is the one who pays the government.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So it's up to the seller not to pay the taxes the government's putting on the product.
Yes, because it's a sales tax. It's not
I
a
got you.
buyer's tax.
Right. I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, I don't pay tax.
I agree with that too. I don't think employers should make you fill out W-4s and all that stuff. You want me to work for you? I'll exchange this many hours of work for this much money. It's an even exchange. There's no profit being made off my labor. It's an even exchange. So income tax is complete BS. They're basically saying this is how much of your labor and earnings you get to keep. That's ridiculous. That's radical.
But look at what the government's doing. It creates stability for commerce. Commerce is a direct threat to the people, John.
Commerce is a threat to the people?
A direct threat to the people.
In what way?
Well, because they don't care about rights. They only care about money.
Well, I mean, the freedom to be an entrepreneur, you believe there's something wrong with that?
I didn't say wrong. I said it's a direct threat to the people.
What kind
are
of threat?
righteous. Do they not pollute?
Well,
the
it's called
rivers?
fascism.
Do they not pollute the rivers? How many times have you seen somebody at a business and come out and try and stop somebody from filming?
If they pollute the rivers, they're damaging somebody else and they're damaging the people, and thus it would be unlawful.
Damaging the people. They're a direct
Right.
threat to the people.
Well, that's unlawful.
But who's going to stop them? The
That's
government.
the people have to.
No, the government is supposed to serve the people and protect,
Right. And they don't.
by regulating commerce. The Constitution says the government shall regulate commerce. It's
Right.
not an option.
Right.
Right.
But they don't.
have to do it. Yes, they do.
But they don't.
Charge you taxes.
But they don't do their job. That's our whole issue with government to begin with. They're also supposed to we have the right to record and free press, but how many government employees recognize that? You walk in somewhere with a camera, they lose their damn mind.
Yes, but how many businesses lose their damn mind too?
As far as what?
Filming.
Yeah, exactly. Americans in
Right.
general.
Right, because they're a direct threat to the people. You see,
Well, I believe they're just ignorant.
You get a big business, and
Mhm.
then you try and go in as one of the people and film them, and then they come out and act like a mob because they're
Right.
getting paid to do it.
They're getting paid to violate your rights. I think they do it out of ignorance, not because they get paid to do it.
Their boss is telling them, go out there and get rid of that guy off of the sidewalk.
Right. That's their personal beliefs. It's not based in any law or anything natural, anything reasonable. It's based in their ignorance.
Maybe, but they're getting paid to be there.
They're getting paid to do a service. They are not getting paid to come out on the sidewalk and violate people's rights.
Well, if their boss tells them to do it, and they go
It's
out
still
and do it,
it's
there's
still
government-
unlawful.
No government is there to stop them. You see, the government provides stability for commerce.
The police are supposed to come and stop them. That's their job, to protect our rights.
Yes, that's their job.
But they don't do it.
Well, they do a lot of times. They don't
Sometimes.
always do it.
Right.
Right.
And when they do show up, they always favor the business owner, even though they're in the wrong, because they don't like us. They act on emotion.
Always, John.
Well, not always.
How do you think? Like, look, there's umpteen three-letter agencies in this country. Like,
All
there's the
unconstitutional.
FDA. Well, like the FDA. Let's take the
Mhm.
FDA for
Mhm.
instance. Okay. They regulate whether or not milk is pasteurized.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They regulate whether or not pigs are slaughtered in a certain way so that the people aren't getting sick.
Okay.
Right? So they're doing a lot of things. There's the EPA, and they're regulating how much pollutants go in. And they're not perfect.
Right.
And they fuck up almost everything they do.
Right.
But they also don't fuck up everything they do. And the ones that are complaining about the EPA are the commercial properties that want to dump pollutants into the rivers. Am I right?
Yeah, but you don't need those three-letter agencies to do those things. Those can be done constitutionally.
It is constitutional. It
The
says
sheriff
the
can enforce
government
those
shall
laws.
regulate.
The county sheriff can enforce those laws. You're dumping stuff in the
sheriff
river.
can't be
You keep
everywhere.
doing it. We're going to take you in. End of story.
How does the county sheriff is going to be everywhere and do everything. Are they experts in pollutants? Did
They don't have to be everywhere and do
did they go get
everything.
a
If there's
doctorate on
if there
chemicals and shit? Do they
if
know how to
there's
do
a
water studies?
I'll explain. If there's a report that there's a company dumping pollutants in the river, the sheriff should take action by hiring an expert, going and doing the research, and if they find that they're actually damaging and polluting the river, they could take them in. You don't need unconstitutional bureaucracies to complete those tasks and billions of wasted dollars. If we didn't have all that stuff, the Americans, the average American would be making $250,000 if they didn't have to burn all that stuff through all that
Guys,
unconstitutional crap.
How is that?
I'm just preparing you. I'm just preparing everybody. We have another guest backstage. This guy is, he's definitely trying to usher in tyranny. But please welcome to the stream. This is Hezekiah. In other words, or other name is Auditor Follies, is it?
Yes, the name of my channel is Auditor Follies, yeah.
Okay, you have a question for Felix or people or Juan Galt?
Well, I mean, I've been listening to this the whole time, and I've been trying to, like, almost everything John says I has an answer for. And Juan, I love you, man, but, like, oh, there's so many opportunities where, like, you could have said, I'm sitting here, I'm like, tell him this, tell him that. No, why aren't you saying it? Oh, my goodness. There's so much
give us an example.
Real quick.
Yeah.
I'm starting to sweat to death here. I just woke up and got texted that this is on, so I'm gonna do 5 more minutes. I don't mean to be rude, and I know I've taken over the show pretty much, and I apologize for that. I appreciate you giving me all this time. So 5 more minutes. Ask me whatever you want. I'll do my best to answer.
Okay, yeah, no, let me just start real quick, Felix, just to let you know, a lot of watching wise, I learned watching your channel, just a FYI. So I just wanted to throw that in there real quick, but
and vice versa,
Hazuki,
and vice versa.
Nice, Hazuki, you got the floor.
Okay, so just since you're saying we don't have a lot of time, a couple things real quick. Now I gotta try and figure off the top of my head. All right, so like what you guys were just talking about, right? So let's say, okay, we get rid of the government, right? And it's just the people take care of it themselves. So what if I decide I just don't want to clean your water? Fend for yourself. What if I don't want to stop that company from dumping in the river? Maybe they're giving me kickbacks. Why should I stop them?
I never said to get rid of government.
So then what's your proposal? To get rid of taxes?
No, to have a constitutional government and constitutional taxes and constitutional law enforcement.
All right. So now getting back to that, we're talking about definitions and like Juan Galt making up his own definitions of stuff or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then you kept stating facts that, like, for example, I was looking for even one example of anyone ever having an armed thug, your definition of police officer, not the actual definition, an armed thug murdering them because they didn't have a license plate on their car. When has that ever happened?
Chase Allen just got murdered over a license plate.
No, he got murdered for pulling a gun on a cop.
He didn't pull a gun on a cop, and his freedom was impeded over a license plate. If his freedom didn't get impeded, let me finish my answer, please. If this freedom didn't get impeded, there would be no killing.
Right? If he didn't reach for his gun, there would have been no killing.
If freedom wasn't impeded by gunmen, there would be no murder.
If he didn't reach for a gun, there would have been no murder.
So who initiated the threat and duress and coercion? Who initiated that?
If he would have gave them their license, none of that would have happened. It would have been fine.
So if
that didn't answer the question now.
Exactly.
Well, that's because he's.
Did you understand the question? Did you understand the question?
The question is deflecting the issue.
No, the question is
that he was stopped.
Who initiated
that he was killed for not having a license plate, and no one was ever.
But who initiated the stop?
Who initiated
the stop?
He didn't have a license.
Who did?
Who did what?
Who initiated? Which gunman initiated the violence against the other gunmen?
All right. Once again, you're deflecting from the initial statement. My statement, your statement was, people are getting killed for not having a license plate.
That's correct.
He got killed because he didn't have a license plate. That wasn't the reason the cop pulled the trigger.
Oh,
I'm not saying that the cop was right. What I'm saying is, when you make the statement, the reason he got killed was for not having a license plate, that is
Of course it is. How could he be? Would he even be in that position if he didn't get stopped for not having a license plate?
Well, of course not, but he wouldn't have got shot.
Okay, there you go. So he would have never made contact, involuntary contact, with a gang of guys with guns who already had it out for him.
Your own definition, gang.
That's not my definition. Look up the definition of gang. Their textbook.
The definition of police officer is armed gunmen, thugs, or gangs.
Are they not gunmen? Do they not have guns?
But your answer to everything is, well, I got my Second Amendment right. So you want to replace the gunmen with random gunmen that are not trained?
I never said that. Police officers are not trained to follow the Constitution. They follow their policies.
You're talking about guns. See, now again, you're twisting it and changing it.
No, I'm not at all. If his freedom wasn't impeded by gunmen, guys with guns, he would have not been murdered by guys with guns.
Okay, that is a completely different statement than the original statement. He was shot for not having a license plate.
What initiated the impediment of freedom?
What?
What initiated the impediment of his freedom?
Well, okay, now there you go.
Was it a license plate?
Definitions: impediment of freedom.
Right.
Officer walks up to him and says, "May I see your license?" That's an impediment of freedom. How about he just here?
Of course it is. Why would he not be free to travel and move around the country as a free American?
Traveling.
Excuse me?
Free to travel means crossing state lines. That's what the right to travel is about.
Yeah, without being encumbered from state to state and through the states too. You can't go from one state to another without going through the states.
He was, well, first of all, from what I remember, now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I'll admit it. But from what I remember, he was already stopped. He wasn't even moving. He was
right. So he was moving, and then he went and parked, and then they ganged up on him.
Well, see, there you go again. See, you.
It's factual.
You paint these pictures like you don't say, "Oh, he got pulled over and the cop asked him for ID." You say, "Oh, these thugs ganged up on him." Ugh.
They did. First of all, I don't use that tone. You're discrediting yourself. Secondly, they did have guns and they did gang up on him and they had it out for him. If you research the video and the story, you would know.
With the state, because his mom's a sovereign citizen as well.
Oh, really? So the Southern Poverty Law Center term you're going to use now, that's a hate group, first of all, and you're using their term. Only cops and bootlickers and police apologists use that term still.
Still. Well, see, here's the problem. There is and was literally a script that was written for people to print out to bring with them to court or on a traffic stop to read when they got stopped. So if you're reading from that, if the words you're saying come word from that script,
I've never seen what script you're talking about.
Well, you spout it constantly, so you should look.
What script is that? Be specific.
It was written by Mark Stevens. So you could look.
Oh,
it up.
I love Mark Stevens.
Sovereign citizen script. And
sovereign citizen script, is that what he called it?
No, that's what it is.
Oh, sovereign citizen, a term made up by the Southern Poverty Law Center in current history. So where is sovereign citizen in the dictionary? Which dictionary are you using to define the word sovereign?
Now you're doing the same thing. Here's your problem, okay, with that.
Yeah, I use real definitions.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is what you're saying versus what we're saying. Because if you want to learn and you're open-minded like you say you are, let me explain.
Sure.
I'll use an example so that it's, just for example, okay? So if someone's going around saying, man, Jesus was so great. Jesus' philosophy was so awesome. Jesus' philosophy was so beautiful. Jesus' philosophy was so unbelievably beautiful and great. And I love Jesus and everything he said. And then someone comes up to him and says, wow, you're an amazing Christian. It's like you saying, whoa, wait a minute. Christians believe he rose from the dead. I never said anything about him rising from the dead. How dare you call me a Christian? It's like, dude, if you're spouting off sovereign citizen idealism, then that's why we call you that.
Sovereign citizen idealism is something you and the government and the Southern Poverty Law Center have made up.
Citizens made it up. They call themselves sovereign citizens.
Sir, which dictionary are you using?
Theirs. The sovereign citizens wrote it. We're going by their definition.
The sovereign citizens have their own dictionary?
They have their own script that they created.
Oh, script, but not dictionary, right? So let's break down the word sovereign. Which
No,
law do you believe I'm sovereign from?
if you want to go by literal dictionary definition, then of course that doesn't apply.
And who does it apply
That's not
to?
what we're talking about.
So who does the term sovereign apply to in this country? Who's sovereign from the laws? Me or the police? Me or the judges?
The judges.
Okay,
Once again,
so
that goes back to what Juan said earlier. If that's true, then how come anyone ever got busted that was a judge or a cop? It happens. If you're right, how could that possibly have ever happened?
well, it happens, but it doesn't happen nearly as much as it blatantly should with video evidence to back it up.
Yeah, but if the video evidence
Mhm.
is like, for example, almost every day, if not literally every day, I see a
Mhm.
video of someone getting pulled over, maybe
Mhm.
because they don't have a license plate. And
Right.
the people who film that call that video evidence of the police tyranny. No,
Of course it is.
video evidence of the cops doing their job.
Their job is to impede the freedom of Americans and not to support their Bill of Rights.
No. They're supposed to stop people that if you don't have a license plate, you're supposed to pull them over. If they
They're
don't have a
supposed to
driver's license, you're
seize
supposed to not let them
Americans.
drive.
Cops are supposed to seize Americans who are not doing anything to anyone and not being dangerous. Is that your opinion?
So, but you also said driving a car isn't dangerous. Let me hit you with my car and tell me that's not dangerous.
Cars don't do anything by themselves, and guns don't shoot people. It's the person behind the wheel, and they're supposed to accept responsibility. The government has nothing to do with that, nor is it their job to preemptively impede people's freedom under the threat of violence. Where are you getting this from?
Well, where
They swore to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, not to
Which
impede
includes the
people's
Second
freedom,
Amendment.
seize them, and steal their money under threat of
Again,
violence.
You're making your own definitions, your own terms.
Preserve,
I think
protect,
you
and
guys
defend the
need to
Constitution
clarify.
is their oath.
There's no tickets. There's extortion.
Of course it
There's
is.
no cops. There's tyrants. It's all you're the one who's just taking random definitions and making up your own.
No, I'm using the dictionary. I'm using the dictionary definition.
Okay, so the dictionary definition of impeding traffic is a police officer enforcing traffic code.
What?
He said impeding freedom. Impeding
I'm
somebody's freedom.
sorry. Did I say impeding traffic? Okay, I meant impeding freedom. Okay, right.
Yeah,
right.
the cop is impeding
So let me
traffic.
ask you
Yes,
this.
he's
Let me ask
actually the one doing it.
Let me break it down this way. Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
If our freedoms are so terribly under attack right now,
Mm-hmm.
then why is it literally right now I could walk 20 feet from here and be chilling in a hot tub sipping whiskey?
What?
Should I be arrested and beat up because I'm walking down the street, and how dare I? Because I'm having
There's-
my movement impeded?
Florida has like 19 walking laws, so that could absolutely happen to you. And the cops beat a man almost half to death for walking on the wrong side of the road. What are you talking about?
Well, I need to see that video because I don't know what you're referring to there. But
Go ahead.
You did
I've
see
never
that
been
when
stopped for walking.
Yeah, they almost
when
beat
you
him to
do-
death for walking.
Yeah, when you do see that video, will you come back and change your position when
Of
you see
course
that
not.
video?
If that's actually what happened, but if
That
it's
is
like
what
the
happened.
Allen thing where you say he got killed for having no license plate, and then you watch it, and the fact that he had no license plate isn't why he was killed.
Of course it was.
He got beat up for walking down the street. It's like, okay,
He
so
did.
the cop walked up to him, said, "You're walking."
No, they said he's
That's what
walking
happened.
on the wrong side of the street, and when he said "Leave me
And then they
alone,"
started beating
they
him.
beat him half to death.
Because he was okay. So wait, I want to make sure I understand. So you're saying there's
Uh-huh.
a video where a
Yes.
guy's walking. I love Jesus. Life is beautiful. And then all of a sudden, a gang of cops just jump on him and start beating him half to death.
No, they jump out and they say, "You're violating a walking law." You believe in
Everybody-
walking laws? You believe we should have a license to walk?
Okay, but wait a minute. Okay, so from the time when they said that to the time when they beat him half to death, did anything else occur in between?
Yeah, he didn't want to be bothered for walking, so they beat him half to death. You can go watch it, man. I've made 3,000 videos. If you want to debate me one-on-one, I'll have you on
You
live.
got to dig through 3,000 videos to find it, but okay.
No, you don't have to dig. I mean, I can't find my own. I've made so many videos. I'm just saying, I've covered this. Everything I'm saying, I have video evidence of.
Sorry, BSBT said he wants to know if I'm going to use my finger guns. Pew, 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 pew. No, this is Florida. You could have a shotgun, and I don't know. Broken trust said it.
I was just wondering if we can get like a happy dance for Canada is watching.
Yeah, you know what? I could give you guys a happy dance because I'm actually enjoying this conversation, even though some of it might seem aggressive. I actually like this.
You're very aggressive. Most statists are.
All right.
You and the other guy who were arguing with me are very aggressive. You are very triggered. And the common sense stuff that I say and prove through video really upsets you. You believe the government has the right to impede you basically on a whim for walking, for a tag light, for anything. And if you don't bow down and lick their boots, that they have the right to kill you. That's nonsense.
Whoever said
and if you have
those things, you're putting words in my mouth.
That's what they do. Do you agree with what police do?
Yeah, and
not when they do something wrong. The problem is your
like murdering somebody.
Wrong is anything they do at all.
No, that's not true.
What about a pretextual stop where they just they find something wrong so they can pull you over?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Well, if they find something wrong, then there's something wrong.
So a tag light's worth impeding a freedom.
Something wrong with almost anything.
Exactly.
Then how come I never get pulled over?
That's
that's a logical
anecdotal.
fallacy. Just because it hasn't happened to you doesn't mean it doesn't happen to other people.
And there's millions of videos proving it.
Well, there are people.
If you go 1 mile over the speed limit.
Now, let me ask this guy something. What's your name, dude?
Hezekiah.
Hezekiah. Do you believe an American's freedom can be impeded over a tag light?
Define freedom being impeded.
You're stopped. You're seized. You can't go under threat.
Seized?
Seized, like a seizure.
Like they seize your stuff from you?
No, a seizure is a stop. A seizure is a stop. When they seize your person, when they stop you, that is a seizure of your person.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
You believe people can be seized for their freedom impeded and seized over a tag light. You believe that's legitimate?
I believe that, and if the state allows for that, then it is, because I know there's different laws and rules and regulations when it comes to getting pulled over a tail light.
So you believe the state decides what's legitimate and what isn't. So during slavery, if they said slavery is legitimate, you'd go along with that.
If I lived in the South at the time, it was. And
no, it wasn't.
That's a very fair question.
No, it was never legitimate, regardless of what the government says. It was never legitimate.
Well,
no matter what they say.
Just a minute here. I think you're talking past each other. Hezekiah was trying to make the point that in some jurisdictions, let's say the tag light out or tail light out or something like that, the people have risen up and said, hey, we don't want you stopping people for that bullshit. And there's been some community action and people getting together because people are the ones who tell the legislatures what kind of laws they want.
Very good.
Evidently, they've wanted these tag light out laws, but now they've had enough of it, and they're getting them off the books. They can't.
But it's not the people who want these laws. It's government. It's police unions. It's everyone who stands to gain from it wants those laws.
The people outnumber them, and they outnumber them
exactly
where it counts at the voting block. And if people want to get rid of, listen, I lived in a state that had this inspection. You had to have your vehicle inspection every year for the smog and all that kind of crap. Well, people hated that, and people got together, circulated petitions, and we got that law off the books. We didn't want it, so that's the way it works.
All right. So Hezekiah believes if the state says it's legitimate, it's legitimate.
Well, if you interpret that as meaning the people of the state have decided it's legitimate enough that they're allowing it to happen, and they voted for the people to write the law and enforce it.
I didn't give I didn't give him consent.
Well, consent's not required. Consent's not required.
If you hate democracy, go to North Korea.
Democracy.
Or how about this? If you like a dictatorship, go to North Korea. If you want to live under a dictatorship, you move to North Korea. I'll stay here and fight for freedom.
Hezekiah, when did we become a democracy, and where is that word in the
We're a
Constitution?
republic. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. All right, you've discredited yourself. There's my 5 minutes, guys. Thank you. I'm very
I
thirsty.
corrected myself. How is that discrediting myself?
First of all, you said
you
said if the state says it's legitimate, and you said slavery was legitimate.
No, you brought up slavery. I didn't bring up slavery.
You said it was, since it was lawful, then it was legitimate. You actually said that. You can watch the replay.
And there was a war over it to stop it.
Correct. Just like there should be now to stop every unconstitutional traffic code and everything else.
Stupid driver's license, man, and comparing it to slavery.
You don't. The driver's license is a slave card. Without the driver's license, you know how much
idiots driving cars and just running over people.
Of course I don't, and that doesn't happen. That's, again, you're made up in your own mind.
You have to go to school and you have to get a driver's license.
No. Driver's license doesn't make anybody any safer. That's ridiculous.
Right.
So are you telling me if my license expires, all of a sudden I forget how to drive?
Well, you're
of course not.
Driver's licenses were invented as a form of tyranny.
Of course not.
It's a freaking
Again, you discredited yourself, bro. I'm sorry.
Whatever.
Thank you. Hey, thank you for having me, dude. I really appreciate you having me on. I'm sorry I've monopolized all this show. I just got a text message saying someone was calling me names, and I believe I've done a good job. And I thank you so much for having me, all right?
John,
you brought a whole boatload of logic to the...
I actually enjoyed this.
Yeah, and
I like that actually having a conversation about this.
Hezekiah, if you want... Hezekiah, I'll gladly debate you one-on-one live on my channel. And I always put that offer out to anybody, and there's only been 2 people in 10 years that have taken me up on it. It's hard to have a debate with 5 people at once. So if you want my name, it's johnfelix@gmail.com. Anybody that wants to debate me one-on-one, I'll gladly have a discussion with you. And you could tell I don't get triggered. I'm not yelling. I'm not mocking you. I'm saying plain as day what I believe and what's factual under real definitions and real morality and common sense. If you don't believe I'm right, please debate me live one-on-one.
If I could just if I could just say one last thing before you leave, since you got to go. Ultimately, big picture, what it all comes down to is my belief ultimately comes down to the idea that even if you're 100% right on everything you're saying, and I agreed with it all, the fact of the matter is arguing with the cop on the side of the road isn't going to change anything. There are proper ways to do it, and that's not it.
What's the proper way?
Through the courts, through the government.
Wait. So you believe the courts are legitimate with the judge who has sovereign immunity?
You're not going to start with this admiralty law stuff, are you?
Did I say anything? I said judges have sovereign immunity. Is that a fact?
So no judge can ever be arrested for anything, and it's never happened.
It has happened, but again, the amount of crimes they commit versus how often they get cited or charged for anything the ratio is ridiculous. And it's not in the favor of justice at all. And if you believe the court system is legitimate the way we have it now, again, you're clueless, brother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
My understanding of the court system is based on the way it's described in here. I don't know if you've ever read this.
I can't see that, sir.
It's called the Constitution of the United States of America.
Right. I'm a constitutionalist, and the courts do not follow the courts and the judges do not follow the Constitution. They never bring up the fact that the jury has the right to decide the law. They always say, I will instruct you as to the law. They will never bring up the fact that juries have the right to nullify laws. And if you dare tell a jury,
nullification is jury tampering.
No, it is not. Jury nullification is a valid, legitimate way to get laws changed.
Them of it is jury tampering.
Excuse me?
Yes, but they don't inform them of it because informing them of it is jury tampering.
Informing them that they have the right to decide what laws are and nullify laws is tampering? That's all that is
that's
information.
Your indoctrination coming through,
Yeah, sure is.
Now you're twisting it again.
No, you're twisting it, buddy.
The jury does not have the right to decide what the laws are.
Of course they do.
That's what the laws are.
No. A jury, all one juror has to do is think this law is garbage, and they vote their way, and they decide. And that's how case law happens. Come on now, man. Again, email me if you want to have a debate. Thanks again for having me. Love you long time. Take it easy, guys, all right?
Thanks for coming up. Appreciate you.
See you.
All right, everybody. So that was, yeah, that was John Felix, everybody.
That was actually really interesting.
And I will just interject this on jury nullification. While I believe in it,
Well,
the
the thing is,
founders.
he's getting, just real quick, I'm sorry, but he's getting into a pretty deep idea right there. Just to sum it up in 2 or 3 words, I don't think is fair anyway, but go ahead.
Okay, it is a thing, and it was something that the founders were in favor of. And they were in favor of nullification of federal laws by the states. That's why some of these sheriffs now are not going to enforce certain gun bans and things like that. But anyway,
yeah.
So don't get out in the weeds here. Let me finish this.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So the thing is the jury nullification, as far as the law goes, is kind of a weird thing, because that the law and whether it should be legitimate or enforced is a political issue. And courts don't address political issues because it's supposed to be the legislature's purview to pass the law, and the law is considered constitutional until shown otherwise. So to put it in the hands of the jury to override what everybody's representatives have passed as law is kind of a quandary for the courts to get into. So that's why there's prohibitions of bringing that up in the courtroom. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, and just so we're clear, you're confirming the position that the jury nullification is not jury tampering, correct?
I don't, like I say, there may be some laws out there that define it as such. So,
but it's not as crystal clear.
But that's the thing, that was not my statement. My statement was that he was asking specifically why courts do not inform the jury as to why. Again, I wasn't saying even whether or not I agreed with that. He's saying, well, why does the court not inform them? I'm like, because the court would say that they consider that to be jury tampering.
And it could be, if that's what the court rules and has been decided, let's say, by a legislature. So that could be a real thing, actually.
There's been some occurrences of judges calling it jury tampering, although the Supreme Court has never said that. I am aware Eric Brandt was charged with jury tampering and some of his crew for passing out leaflets in Colorado one time. And I've heard of some other instances, but just because some local judge does it and says that doesn't mean that that's jury tampering.
Well, I think the slippery slope of that comes from, because I could, anyone could use this as an example, but I mean, so, okay, literally, Daryl Brooks trying to use jury nullification to get away with murder.
Yeah, so what? What are you so scared of, man? What are you so scared of? That he can't say that to a jury? Like a jury's going to buy that?
Well, you guys are missing something here, and you don't realize it. There's something called the political question doctrine, and that is not a issue that can be heard in court. And this touches real close on that political question doctrine, being, the law is passed by the legislature. Can the average citizen, even a juror, say no, nullify that law? Because that, like I say, that's something that can't be addressed and shouldn't be entered into the courtroom because of the separation of powers. That's the controlling doctrine right now, as it is. That's not my opinion.
Daryl Brooks was not an attorney, and he could say what he wanted to in closing, and nobody could stop him. Another attorney, they have ethics and they have rules and code of conduct and stuff that they need to follow, and they could be disbarred for trying.
No, it's not a matter of that. It doesn't even rise to that type of thing.
They could be disbarred for arguing jury nullification.
Well, they would. I think they'd be sanctioned. I don't think they'd be disbarred.
Right? I'm just saying, things can be done.
If they were warned not to, and they continued, I agree with you on that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the punishment would be. I'm just saying there could be a punishment. Okay, but what is anybody worried about? Okay, nobody was going to nullify murder of 12 peeps in the crowd. Okay, nobody was going to do that, and if they did, well then, that's how. I mean, then obviously murder isn't something that anybody cares about, right? But jury. I mean, everybody knows that they can just vote how they want to vote on a jury. Like, it's obvious.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you in the fact that if they want to nullify, they just vote not guilty, and they don't have to give a fucking reason why.
Yeah, but like Eric Brandt, he was outside on the sidewalk. He had a sign that said like "Jurors check in here," and he was passing out like pamphlets. I don't recall every single detail, but he wasn't, arguing the case in front of the jury at the time. He wasn't going after any particular jury. I'm pretty sure he ended up like winning that on appeal.
Yeah, I know I remember when the Eric Brandt thing happened, but I don't remember specifically where it led. But I do remember him doing that and getting in trouble, or at least they tried to get him in trouble for it. But I don't remember what the final determination was.
Well, I can tell you that where everything led for Eric Brandt was an Eric Brandt victory, except for when he threatened to kill judges and kill cops. And he admitted to doing it, and he pled to that. And he knew that it was wrong, and that is why he is in jail. It is too long. He is peaceful. He's not going to hurt anybody, but he did cross that line. But he won over 100 cases. Okay, the guy is a legal genius, and he fought for the First Amendment, and he did amazing freaking things. Has made much case law.
Have you ever heard Eric Brandt's trespassing case?
Which one? I'm sure you had.
Or no, I'm sorry, not trespassing, but jaywalking.
Oh no, I don't think so.
The jaywalking case is great. He brings his friend in who had a wiener dog, and Eric Brandt gets on the record. He goes, the guy on the stand, the witness he brings in says, "I thought they were going to arrest him, so I went to hold his wiener." And then Eric Brandt has to go, "Just for clarification, that's a dog."
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
One of the funniest things ever said on record.
See,
well, I particularly like his no shoes on the bus case. He made case law on that about shoes on buses and what a shoe is, right? Because he was wearing plastic bags. He was like, "Can I put a plastic bag on my foot? Is that a shoe?" Right? And I mean, of course, he's famous for the "fuck the cop" sign, being arrested over 100 times for that sign.
And it's fuck the bad cops, by the way. He snuck the bad in there, but it's kind of hard to see. But but you have to look close, kind of like the flags here on the emblem I have. It looks like it's sporting the blue line, but then you see the American flag under it, all feeble and weak, and it signifies that the blue line thinks they're over what is supposed to be freedom. So.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You can say "fuck the cops" too, and he said,
right.
Bear back the blue sign, right? He had many signs, but obviously threatening to kill judges and kill cops is not cool, or to kill anybody, and he knew that, and he pled to that case. Everybody knows that, right?
Yep.
Well, yeah.
Okay. I mean, he was.
Did you know that?
He had a right to do that.
Yeah. And one thing I'd like to clarify. On the Eric Brandt thing. Oh, go ahead.
I have never claimed that any of these people that I talk about don't legally have the right to say whatever. That's never been my contention. And that's one of the biggest arguments that I have with these guys when I'm on my channel every day and I'm doing my show is it's always like, well, it's legal for me to do this. It's legal for me to do that. It's like, okay, but, it's legal for me to walk up to an old lady and say, "Hey, you're a dumb, stupid cunt, you bitch," if I'm not threatening her. But does that mean it's okay to do it? Yeah, it's legal.
Well, but see, the thing is, you're trying to criminalize people being annoying. You're trying to criminalize people being irritable. So imagine if I had the power to send armed men with guns to your house and go, I was offended by what he said, or that guy is an asshole. Bring him to a cage.
When did I ever call for that?
Almost every day in the videos that you review.
I get mad because these guys are making the government pass more laws that do limit our freedoms. And
They're making?
Stop these guys.
Wait, they're making the government do that?
Then the government these laws wouldn't even be on the table.
They wouldn't need to make the law if it's not happening. They're not making the government do it. You know, I mean, if you're going to self-regulate yourself and not do it just because you're afraid the government's going to make the law, then the effect of the law is already there. You've already consented. You're not going to do it, right? The only tools that the people have are, you know, the First Amendment and the Second Amendment and the first 8 words of the Fourth Amendment. If you're not going to use those against the government, you know, and like Juan Galt saying that you can just tell the government to undo a law, that may be true, but they'll write 10 more so fast your head will spin. You cannot undo laws faster than they can create them through the political process. It takes, I mean, what are you going to do? Recall somebody if they won't do it? And you know, you get enough legislatures to undo one law, but they've already written hundreds in that time.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Because this is where my focus lies on my channel. Like, so far we've been talking about the general, like, umbrella thing, but what I specifically focus on my channel is this sort of thing. So everything that you're saying, let's say, and I'm not saying I do, but let's just say for the sake of argument that I agree 100% with everything what you're saying.
Yeah, let's say that.
What if what does any of that have to do with me walking up to some lady on the street and calling her names and filming her and pepper spraying her because she asked me not to film her?
Well, let me ask you this. Should you have the right? Should you have the right?
NC Tyrant Hunter, frickin' media,
NC Tyrant Hunter?
AC Camera Boy.
Wait, back up. NC
Easy Cameras on is punching ladies in the back of the head.
Wait, NC Tyrant Hunter pepper sprayed an old lady?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the general idea of attacking random people.
Well, don't be bringing NC Tyrant Hunter into your.
He goes after random people all the time. Man. He's not going after cops. He's going after truck drivers and people that are loading pallets on forklifts. And he walks up to him. He says, "Bam! Fuck you! Get out of my face!"
You specifically said pepper spray an old lady. Okay.
That was one example. That was one example of the type of thing I covered.
I've never seen NC Tyrant Hunter do that.
All right, so let me rephrase that.
News,
what does going after non-government employees have to do with any of the things you're saying? What does targeting them have to do with anything?
I don't do that.
Right, but that's what my channel is about, is going after people who do that.
Well, I don't watch your channel, and I'm assuming you've never made a video about me.
No, I haven't.
Right. There you go. Where, you know, not everybody's doing that.
You're right, but that's where I'm coming from. That's the point, because PSPT and they want to argue with me. Like, well, my point is that I don't see the purpose in that.
Well, I've seen you argue with Rogue Nation, and I've never seen him. I mean, he doesn't do commercial audits.
Well, yeah, but the difference with Rogue Nation is because his pleasure, what he thinks is hilarious, is when he makes old women upset and makes them want to cry, or when he is messing at a secretary at the DMV or whatever, and he gets to point to his little doll and say, "Where did I hurt your feelings?" and this and that, like just making people upset. See, here's the biggest thing. Here's the biggest thing right here.
And so the biggest fear, the biggest crime is him insulting a lady behind a desk. He insulted. Like, if you can't handle that crime, if you can't handle that level of stress, like, Do you realize there's retail managers who put up with customers screaming and yelling at them from across the counter? They have to put up with that, but somebody can't put up with Rogue going on a little chart. Where did I hurt you?
Who said he
Nation is extremely polite. He is very polite,
from what I've seen.
calm. He doesn't yell. He doesn't swear at anybody.
Well, that's like the Long Island Audit trick.
Long Island Audit isn't Rogue Nation. I mean,
well, no, I'm saying it's the same trick.
Nobody
it's talking
here is
quietly,
defending
so that
Long
makes it
Island
okay.
Audit. What?
No, it's the same trick. It's talking quiet, so that makes it okay.
No, it doesn't make it okay. Long Island Audit talks one way when the camera's off and another way when the camera's on. Okay, I know Rogue Nation. I know him. Okay, I've met a lot of peeps and I've been disappointed by many of them, but Rogue Nation isn't one of them. All right, he's solid 100% of the time. He has a past. 20 years ago, he committed a real crime and he knows it. He knows it was wrong, and he changed his life. He doesn't do that anymore. He's not a criminal. He was a criminal. You know.
Here's the ultimate
I'm
point.
saying you need to actually get to know who you're talking about, right? Because what's going on here is that this movement,
online, but
you know, there's a real movement here, okay? And a lot of us are genuine and sincere, and we've thought this through, right? And the problem is the government, and many of you guys are getting in between the people and their government, and it's not appreciated.
Well,
you know, direct your comments towards the government, right? If you want to compliment them, then compliment them. If you want to just, you know, criticize them, then criticize them. But lay off the people. That's the same argument.
Yeah, you're getting it. You're trying to get in between. You're trying to break up, you know, like a fight that you have no business breaking up. But we added Wolvie to the stream, and I don't mean fight as in physical fight. I mean you're trying to get in between folks and their government. But Wolvie, what's up?
I know what you mean.
Hey, you know, I only wanted to come up for a couple minutes because I'm in the middle. I'm about to do a sleep study, so I'm actually in a medical facility right now. But I just want to comment on a couple things that I've seen so far tonight, and to the hearts and minds of people of what you've been listening to. I think you need to seriously, everyone, including the guys on the panel, need to do some real soul searching and get into the heart of humanity and be honest with yourself, not your partisan self. I'm talking about that person that is inside of you, the spirit man that's inside of you, okay? That makes you human, right? And say, does anybody deserve to be attacked because they don't want to be told what to do as long as they're not breaking natural law, meaning robbing, stealing, killing, and you know, like the law of Moses, you know, that's natural law. All right. That's what I chalk it up to be anyway. And I hear a lot of justification. I hear a lot of deflecting, and it seems like every time somebody wants to come out, and I know there's auditors out here that are full of crap. I get it. They have an opinion that is twisted, and they're out here for the clicks and views, and they're not for the right thing. But there's guys like me that keeps my channel small, that doesn't mind people that wants to hate me because I'm going to stay the same no matter what. And all I want to do is like try to get people to understand one thing. You're human before you're anything else. And when it comes to violence and being forced to do something that you really don't have to because you didn't commit a crime, and they're chalking it up to that and using the same amount of force as they would as if it was a crime, I think you need to rethink what you're thinking and how that is good, and how is that good for anybody? And I'm saying hello to everybody, and people, I'm glad you're out. I'm glad you're safe. I'm glad you're not being held captive anymore. And congratulations for standing your ground.
Thanks, Wolvie. Have a good sleep study.
That's it, bud.
All right, don't get any other poll holders in there either.
Good night, guys.
Good night. All right, so But what I wanted to come back to is I wanted to come back to this point. Okay, so you have your News Now voodoo doll, and you go and you record in a post office, and you go around the post office, right? And you recorded your video, right?
Yep.
Okay, so why? What if somebody came up to you and said, "Stop doing that. You don't have the right to do that."
If somebody said those specific words to me,
well, if anybody just in general made an inclination or acted in a way to try to tell you you were doing something wrong and to knock it off and not make your video, what would you think of that?
well, I definitely would not use tyranny to enforce my will to film upon against their will not to be filmed.
So repeat that again.
I would not act like a tyrant and impose my will to film against their will not to be filmed.
Okay, but what if they said, "Hey, we think you're being kind of silly with a doll and you're a grown man, knock it off, don't do that."
I'd probably chuckle and get a little embarrassed.
Okay, so then what if they were, instead of being polite about it, what if they were like, "Hey, you need to stop doing that, or I'm going to call some armed men with guns here to force you to stop doing your video"?
I know they wouldn't say that.
How do you know?
Because because your definition of armed men with guns is police, they wouldn't say armed men with guns. They'd say, "We'll
okay, so what if somebody wanted to call police to come put a stop to your activities?
Okay, so what's the alternative? They grab me and pull me out, then I can sue them. They're not going to do that. They're going to call the cops. You would rather have them go nuts?
My point is, who in their right mind as an adult has the right to tell you that you're doing something wrong when all you're doing is making a video that entertains you and your audience?
Well,
because you're not hurting anybody when you make that video, right?
Right, but again,
it might be slightly.
That's not what happened.
Yeah, but I know it didn't happen in your video, but I'm saying if it did happen, because you realize like auditors, cop watchers, I'll see 10 freaking videos where he goes around and nothing happens versus one video. And not that that's a rough ratio. I'm not saying it's exactly that ratio, but it's maybe 5-to-1 to 10-to-1 good interactions to bad interactions for frickin', right? So let's say you do that video 10 times and just one time, somebody comes out and says, "Hey, how dare you do that here? Stop doing that."
All right. So again, I watch a lot of these videos too. I watch these every day. That's what I do. Right. And what I see is, one, if they're like, say, a post, just for example, again, because, you guys like to literally break just as a random example. Okay. And I'm using this as an example because it's very common. And you were talking about my post office audit, right? Which I've done two, by the way. I did one on my own and one with the voodoo doll. But number one, what the actual literal training, like you could look it up on the website, because Poster 7 is a summary of the rules. The actual rules specifically state that they don't want people filming over-the-counter transactions specifically. So they're trained, and they're not trained that all day, every day, because even though frauditors seem to think that the whole world is nothing but this, nobody ever walks into a post office filming. It's not a thing except for you guys doing it. So they're not used to that. It never comes up. So that's why it's not at the top of their head, because they could be working there for 30 years and not once see some guy walk in there with a camera. So all they know is somewhere in the back of their minds, they know when they were first trained, they were told no filming over the counter transactions. So the majority of the times, the majority of the times that I see people in a post office freak out, it's when they're filming them over the counter.
No, you're wrong, Hizoka. You know how this started? You know why peeps are filming like they're doing? Is because
they found out they can make money off of YouTube.
No, because somebody would go into a government building like we've all done, and some fucking bitch, government employee, decides to do something stupid, to lie to them. They're not going to help. They're going to be rude, and they have no way to prove it, and they can't ever get it fixed, and they get kicked out, and they've got no camera, or they take out a camera, and they say you can't film, and they get bullied out of doing it. And then word spreads, and the citizens talk, the people talk, and eventually some stand up and they say, hold on a fucking minute. We are going to go in and we are going to take our goddamn buildings back because these fucking government servants are out of control. They think they make the law. They think that what they say goes. They think they're in charge, that they're just going to be rude as hell, that they have, you know, no reason to learn. They're dumb as fuck. Who would work for the government? Would you? Are you that dumb?
First of all, you lost me when you used the word servant. I was with you all the way, all night until you said that. Because they are not your slaves. They're not your slaves. You're trying to dehumanize them.
I didn't say slave.
Servant.
The side of the police car says to serve and protect. Why do you have a problem?
I thought we were talking about postal employees.
They're servants too. Somebody at Starbucks is in service to the people. They are not a servant of the people. Okay, but somebody that works for the government is a servant. They're not a slave. They get paid to do it. They volunteered to do it. They have duties. It's supposed to be an honorable job.
So let me ask you this.
Position of trust.
Assuming that what you just said is true, let me ask you this question, seriously. So you got 20 people, just as an example, you got 20 people waiting in line. And a guy walks in with a camera. And all the people there are like, hey, we don't want you filming us. The public servant is supposed to ignore the public and focus on the guy with the camera over the public. They're supposed to take the side of the guy with the camera because he's holding a camera?
No, he's supposed to protect the rights of everybody. They have
Which includes the people who want him out of there.
Well, that's too bad. That's mob rule. Okay, everybody has a right to be in there. Everybody.
If it was mob rule, then they would just grab them and throw them out, but they don't. They call the police so that won't happen.
They call the police to throw them out.
Right, because they don't want mob rule.
That's mob rule. The police are the mob.
Oh. Look,
they're the biggest mob there is.
Are you one of these people who believe that you can't be trespassed unless you commit a crime?
No, I believe that, I don't do audits. I don't go into buildings and do that. But I believe that if you're asked to leave, you should leave. I do.
And we're both in that same boat.
I do believe that there's a problem, though, however, because with the current trespassing laws, and if you're asked to leave, that's not a crime. And then if you leave, like, there's no way for you to get due process on that. Right? So there is a big problem with the way it's written. And throughout history, it's not the crime of the century to say, you know what, no, I'm not going to leave. This is a government building. It's mine. And if, you can arrest me and you can fill up a jail cell with me and I'm going to take court time. And that's called civil disobedience. And civil rights activists have done this forever, right? Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, you name it, right? It's not the crime of the century. And when it happens, judges say, all right, this is civil disobedience, It doesn't require violence, right? I haven't seen anybody doing it, and being violent about it. That's a different story, but the police want to get there and just be violent, right? The truth is that it never would have happened if government employees would do their job. But they won't.
But who defines what their job is? The guy with the camera?
No.
Usually the person that's getting bad service. But can I just interrupt for just a second?
Just because they asked you not to film.
No.
But hold on,
before anybody filmed, there was always bad service.
Bad service, right? That's the point.
Security cameras that everyone always loves to point out. Don't go in there and film. FOIA that footage, because then they don't know they're being filmed. If they're going to screw up,
yeah. Do you know how much of a pain in the ass FOIAing? Yeah, you got better luck FOIAing something, or you got better luck, like extracting teeth and you do FOIAing certain things. I've tried to FOIA request my court transcripts from Novi. I went there in person. I filled it out online. I went there in person a second time. Guess what? Every time I go there, there's a different reason they can't give me my court transcripts. But Hazuka, since I have you here, can you give Wolverine a happy dance real quick? He just donated $20 to the stream.
Oh my goodness, a happy dance for Wolverine transparency? I don't know if morally I could do that. All right. All right. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
See, we're spreading the love in here. Thank you, Wolvie. I certainly appreciate that. But back to talking about rights and freedoms and what we have the right to do and what we don't have the right to do. So the example I was trying to make of you filming your video, because you and your audience actually enjoy the News Now Voodoo or whatever his name is, right? And it's kind of like it's kind of a play on the whole frauditor thing, and you get a kick out of it. Your audience gets a kick out of it. Who in their right mind has the right to tell you, do not film in that post office, do not capture anybody's identity, and how dare you make that video?
The post office?
No, they don't.
Really? That's your answer?
Well, that's the question you asked, right?
But the post office doesn't have the right to do that. Nobody should have the right. Everybody should look at that and go, it's just a guy making a silly video. It's no big deal. That's the way we're trying to get you to understand. That's how all of these.
What happened? We lost the host. Oh, there he is.
Are you back?
I don't know how making silly videos protects any of my rights.
Right?
I roboted for a second.
Necessity is the mother of all inventions. Okay? And nobody wants to watch a FOIA'd video from a camera mounted to the ceiling that probably doesn't have any audio, doesn't have good video. You can't really see anything. You can't see the expressions on their face. You can't see the attitude just dripping from these public servants constantly, right? They are so contemptuous toward the ones that they're supposed to serve.
About broad generalizations.
It's not broad. I mean,
it's on almost every video that you watch.
Yeah, because there's an idiot there taping them with the camera.
No, man.
No, that's just how they've been.
Long before that, I've never gone to a government building and had a good experience in my entire life.
Well, I don't know where you live, man. Maybe you need to move then.
No, they're contemptuous. I decided never to go in there. I don't go into government buildings. I don't want anything from them. I don't waste my time. I don't ask for shit from the government. They're completely useless. They're just dumb. I mean, the government only hires the dumbest peeps they can find. They really do. Nobody else would work for the government. Nobody.
I always thought that people were like begging for government jobs because of all the great benefits.
Yeah, only the ones that can't do anything else. They all want benefits and entitlements and power, right? They don't want to actually do anything. They can't make it in the private sector. They would never be able to work at Starbucks, ever.
Yeah, but if they do, they're going to get audited there too.
No, they're going to get fired for being rude as fuck.
Right, Starbucks isn't having that, which is the position that the government should be taking. Is like, we're not serving our people, and that's our job. Get the fuck out of the job if you're not willing to serve the people.
Yeah, but your definition of serving the people is ignoring the people, dropping everything they're doing to serve the guy with the camera.
Did you see the beginning of the stream with the pink camera magic? Because Canada is watching hit the nail right on the head with this comment. Canada is watching. The pink camera magic video proves this exponentially. Did you see the video? Did you see that leading up to this, Ez?
No, I was watching something else. I came in late.
Okay, well, I recommend you go back to the beginning of this stream where we were talking about the deposition of a lieutenant, and you can tell how many times in an hour and 30 minutes, you can just tell how often this guy has been trained to lie, how often he lies, and how often he's trying to lie in one deposition. He tries dancing around almost every question. He tries to outsmart the questions. Then you can figure out the guy's just honestly too dumb to answer half the questions that were on there. He didn't get the concepts.
Here's the thing. Let's just assume that that's 100% accurate. And it always comes back to this question for me, because I've never denied that there are bad employees in the government. I've never denied that there are bad cops. I've never denied that there are bad judges, bad lawyers, bad everything. There are bad priests. There's bad rabbis. There's bad everything and anything you could think of. But my whole thing is, if there's a corrupt cop that's going around doing all this horrible stuff, what is me wobbling my camera around in the post office? Or in the library? How is that going to stop that? What effect?
Well, let me address this. Let me address this specifically with you, Hez. When you saw the 1A community, when you saw Brooklyn Audit steal that orange, there was almost nobody from the 1A community that stood behind him on that shit. Almost everybody in the 1A community was like, he was wrong. He needs to apologize. They held his ass accountable. So how come on the frauditor side, or, what I'd like to say, the bootlicker side, just, for in all intents and purposes, right? Why don't we see you guys calling out the bad behavior in your own little group?
Well, see,
I didn't even know that happened.
What's funny about that? Oh, well, that's a whole nother story too. But here's the thing. First of all, the chat I was in before this was all about the war that's currently going on between two different factions in the anti-frauditor community. So they do call each other out. Believe me, it is a thing. But here's the thing. The funny thing about what you brought up is, what was the end result of that? Did Brooklyn Audits become a pariah from the frauditing community? No. What happened was his subscriber count shot through the roof, and now him and Eli and the dude who knocked out that lady by punching her in the back of the head, the easy cameras on, they're all buddies and they're all frauditing together now. They're a freaking gang of punks storming the streets of Brooklyn, giving everybody a hard time. So they just made them stronger. And made them higher.
Well, and just so people is clear, he was kidnapped and abducted for the time where Brooklyn Audit got busted stealing an orange. So there's a lot to catch up on as far as that goes. But anyways, do you remember what I said when it came to Brooklyn Audit with the orange thing? Do you remember what I said? Because I was in your live stream when you asked me about it.
No, yeah, I do remember that, but I don't remember what you specifically said.
I said I think they should throw the book at him for stealing that orange and being so stupid to do something on camera.
Good,
right?
Yes.
Okay, so now my point to all this is, would you agree to have me on one of your live streams in the morning where we can review a good interaction between Frickin' and the post office? And I think it was the second or third to last video, there was a super pleasant interaction throughout the entire post office. Would you be willing to have me up there so we can cover that specific video?
I'm not unwilling to do it, but that's something I would have to plan out, because I actually do put a lot of pre-production into my videos, and I already have a lot of stuff mapped out coming up for the next.
Yeah, at some point, would you be willing to take like a 10-minute session of a morning show to show some good interactions between an auditor and the place that they're at?
Oh, I show Ironton Auditor videos all the time. Like, yeah, there's.
Yeah, but you found like your one auditor that you guys can get behind, because he doesn't object to any of the police doing what the police are doing. He won't stand up and say if he sees rights being violated. He's not vocal about it. So of course you like him, because he gets pushed out of any situation where he might be needed.
No, they only like him because he went against Chile. That's the only
that's how we found
that,
out.
Yeah, that had a lot to do with it too.
No, but
that has everything to do with it.
Again, that also goes back to like what you were just saying, right? And you've said it yourself. I've called you out on it. I made a video about it. Like, when you're not giving the cops a hard time, when you're not shouting at them and dressing them, which if you look, that's not what redressing your means, swearing at cops, then like what it's like if a cop sees another cop doing something wrong, they don't turn him in. Or if somebody sees a cop doing something wrong, how come you guys don't call him out on that? Well, because I don't define pulling someone over as doing something wrong. I don't define writing someone a ticket as doing something wrong. I don't define expecting someone to show you their ID doing something wrong. So of course I'm not going to call.
Yeah, but when it becomes,
that's not wrong.
But when it crosses over from public safety into state sanctioned extortion, you don't see a problem with that.
But then again, that depends on your. Okay, so what's the alternative? Lock people up for minor traffic violations?
No. The solution is maybe come up.
You're not going to lock them up.
Well, you know, in Mexico, you know, there's a lot of parts in Mexico that have speed bump appropriate or speed limit appropriate speed bumps. So if the speed limit is 35, it'll be an appropriate speed bump where if you're going 10 miles over, it's going to ruin your vehicle. So they naturally solved the problem. So the same result, they wanted traffic to slow down. They achieved the end result, but they didn't have to have a bunch of badged criminals to enforce it.
Well, so lobby your local people to change the laws and put in speed bumps.
Yes.
Well, what do you think part of what activism does? It gets the discussion going so that once you start having
putting speed bumps is a reasonable.
But no, I'm just using that as an example. But I'm saying the first step is the discussion. If you can't have the discussion and point to the problems and then come up with accurate, like when you can put the solutions on the table, and the very last solution should be strip everybody of their rights, then how do you expect to solve any problem until you can accurately identify it?
I don't understand how filming in a post office has anything to do with speed bumps.
Well, look at all of us. Look at all of us right now having a discussion about what our rights are. All that started because somebody somewhere had the initiative to pick up a camera and start fucking recording shit like this. So we're all here right now discussing this for that very reason.
Well, but that's been a big thing since Rodney King was filmed by a guy from his apartment or whatever, so
okay, but you just
and now everybody's got a camera in their hand and they're filming everything that happens. So, but that doesn't mean.
So then why are we
hold on. The guy that filmed Rodney King did not yell out anything, didn't say stop, God, you're beating him to death, didn't say anything. He just filmed.
But should he have?
Okay, let me finish. Him saying it would have accomplished nothing. Let me say that. But the thing is that's not what happens supposedly in post offices. And the Supreme Court has already addressed that just because a government building is open to the public, it is there to serve a purpose like the post office to conduct business. And so they don't have to give up their right to kick somebody out who they think is disrupting or doing something that it impedes their business. So the Supreme Court's already addressed this stuff as far as, going into a government area where they have business going on. And then you have people who go into other areas and they don't want you filming because there's personal information going around. And they say, well, then if it's personal information, why don't you protect it? It's up to you to protect it. And to me, I'm thinking, well, they're trying to protect it, dumbass. They're telling you they don't want you filming. That's the protection.
Okay, but this all started, this comes back to the original question, which was what good does it do to go in and record at a post office? And I was simply making the case that for the fact that we're all here discussing it, that should be reason enough for me, the way I see it.
Reason because we discuss it. We've got one side that's saying that, it's not really a First Amendment issue. It's going into a business and interrupting it and calling a disturbance with their patrons and their customers. So that's one thing, and you got the other one saying, "Well, it's my right. It's my rights. I have all the right. The minute I come in here, I have all the goddamn rights. You don't have any rights to anything. Everybody else." That's basically what I hear. Well, that's what I hear.
No, you're way off base. You're way out of control here. I mean,
okay.
If you walk in somewhere and you have eyes and you see someone, and someone's like, "Don't look at me." Well, that's the same thing, You're not disrupting them. You're not doing anything wrong.
No, you're recording them is not the same as looking at them. There's a difference there, dude.
You're enforcing your will against their will. Your will to film against their will not to be filmed. That's tyranny.
No, it's not. They don't have a right not to be filmed. There's no such thing.
So they have no free will. You decide what their will is by enforcing your will to film against them.
No, how does that make sense in your head?
Whether you have
that's why people get upset when you film them.
Yeah,
not because they're afraid of a camera. It's because you are doing something against their will. If you say,
you saw Tone's video today, didn't you?
You guys mind if I get you in the picture? They'll probably be like, "Yeah, sure, hey," and they'll pose for it.
Hazuke, did you see that? You are going off Tone's video today.
What? That might be why they get mad. You might be right. But it's them getting mad. It's not me making them mad. It's not my fault that they get mad.
It's your action.
It's my fault if they don't get mad. Okay? It's their fault. It's their responsibility to control their emotions, not mine. Okay? My only responsibility is not to injure them. I have not caused an injury. I'm not touching them.
What if they ask you not to film them? Would you honor that request?
No.
Okay, then you are the
That's
tyrant. You're forcing your will. You bet.
No.
As soon as they inform you that they don't want you to film them, you are now enforcing to film against their will.
What about a dash cam, Hazuke? What about a dash cam? What if I
bring your dash cam you drive your car into the post office?
No, but what if I use my dash cam?
About dash cam. Come back to earth.
No, but my dash cam would be the same thing. My dash cam would be the same thing. It's me controlling my camera, and it's me being able to ensure I wouldn't be able to go into a post office with a car. But you get what I'm saying. So if people are crossing in the crosswalk on my dash cam,
just like when you say that the cameras in the post office are the same thing as your camera, they're not. Your dash cam and then is not the same thing.
But my dash cam, I have control of my dash cam, just like my cell phone, correct?
If the guy who's in front of you stops his car, gets out, and walks up to you and says, "Please don't film me on your dash cam," that's not going to happen. That's a completely
because I tell him to go. I tell him to go get bent, just like I would tell him to go get bent if I had my cell phone out and I was recording. I would tell anybody to go.
You're not pointing your dash cam in their face. Come on.
Hold on. Wait. Let me give you guys that. Let me give you that. It always circles back around to the original question. Okay, fine. You don't have to stop recording if they don't want you to stop. It's not your responsibility to control their feelings and blah, 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 blah. And does that prove that the lady behind the counter is rude to the customer? When have I ever seen any video of somebody who's doing it to hold the government employees accountable? What does filming the customers have to do with that at all? How does that accomplish that goal at all? And I've never seen any of these videos where they're secretly filming or just zooming in on the person behind the counter and documenting them being rude to the customers. It's always them documenting the person asking them not to film.
Okay, well then let me ask you this. Since I think we're kind of at an impasse here, we're going to agree to disagree on this issue. But Canada is watching brought up a great point. Blind Justice is a perfect example. Do you know who Blind Justice is, Hazuke?
I don't know. That's a creator?
He's a guy who's legally blind. I don't think he's lost 100% vision, but close enough where he's rendered legally blind. So what he does is he uses
that the guy that got arrested for being blind and having a stick?
I don't.
Yeah,
no.
No, I think that's a totally separate incident. But blind justice, what he does is he uses aids and he uses technology for as his assistance through being blind. For example, he has a body cam that he wears so that he can take notes. And so when he visits like the VA or when he visits a courthouse, to have equal access to that courthouse as a blind man, he has to have those aids to help him have equal access, right? Do you know how many times that guy has been violently attacked because he won't turn off his recording aids when he tries to explain to public servants over and over that this is the only way I can take notes. This is the only way I have equal access to these public buildings. And do you know how many times he's been violently assaulted for that?
I have no idea. I haven't seen
And the
any
guy
of
is
these
a
videos.
veteran.
I have to watch
The
them.
guy is a veteran. He's blind. He uses these as assistance through his disability. Yet he gets violently attacked for it.
Okay, so let me ask you a couple questions.
One
And again,
time he got locked in a gate by some road crew. He was at a maintenance facility, and they opened up this gate, and he's feeling around the fence like blind people do, because they can't see, and they open up the gate, and he walks in, and then they shut the gate behind him and lock it and leave.
Which is technically kidnapping.
Shouldn't those guys got fired?
Huh?
Shouldn't those people have gotten fired for that?
I'm going to give you 3 guesses.
They shouldn't have?
Huh?
You're saying they shouldn't have been fired for doing that to him?
They should have been. They should be in jail for kidnapping.
Well, again, I didn't see the video. I don't know.
This is road crew. The ones. Why is anybody messing with the road crew?
I didn't say that.
Oh, Rice Krispies in the house. Yeah.
What up, Rice Krispie?
Rice Krispie.
Hell yeah! Can we get a happy dance for the $5 for Rice Krispie?
You're making me dance for all the bad guys. All right.
There we go. Thank you for that. Thank you for the $5. I certainly appreciate it. But
yeah, he
getting
was
back to the
post office audit, he was customers that hadn't gotten their mail in 3 months.
Well, yeah,
and we're mistreated, and they thanked him for documenting it.
But again, never ever have I said or done anything to stick up for anyone who's actually doing something that's legitimately wrong. The problem
is
is
take control of the building. First, before we can do that, we have to establish that these are our buildings. We will come in.
What's the purpose of? Let me ask you something. What's the purpose of a post office?
At every government building.
Well, what's the purpose of every government building? Each one has a different purpose. So let's start with that one, because that's what we're talking about. What's the purpose of a post office? Why does it exist? Why did they lay brick and mortar in that spot? For what reason? What purpose?
To provide mail service.
Okay, so if you're not in there for that purpose, you don't belong in there. End of story. Next.
No, that's not the end of the story. Because the people have the right to redress their government for their grievances.
What does the post office have to do with that?
They have the right to press on their government. So they can go in and document and do news.
Or they could email the Postmaster General. They could write letters.
They can do it a lot of ways. There's a lot of ways. And we can use every single one of them.
So when we, the people who are the customers there, want you out, screw we, the people, and just the 5 or 10 people who hold cameras matter, and we the people don't.
Everybody has the right to go there. That's the point.
Yeah, and they do. And then people with the cameras bother them, and they tell the people with the cameras to leave. But the people with the cameras are the only people who matter, and we the people who are the millions of people without cameras, they don't matter.
No, there you go again, blaming and saying that somebody with a camera doesn't want anybody else in there. Nobody with a camera says you need to go.
Yes, they do. They say if you don't want to be filmed, go home. Stay in your house because there's no expectation of privacy in public. Stay in your house with shades drawn. Never leave your house. That's the world they want, is the world where no one leaves their house.
No, get over it. That's what we want.
Why are you doing that? Why are you pushing for that?
Because the government is out of control, man. You've got to stop.
Auditors are out of control.
Get out of the way of the people and their governments.
The people are trying to do their thing. It's the frauditors that are getting in their way. I'm trying to
First
do
of
my
all-
mail. I'm not trying to worry about some idiot with a camera.
Are you trying to
So then don't
insinuate
worry.
that we're not people?
No, you're saying the customers aren't people. Frauditors are saying the customers aren't people. Only the person with the camera matters. Everybody
I'm
else
not-
can go lay in a ditch and die because there's no expectation of privacy in public.
I mean, I don't think I've ever met one of the people. I'm one of the people. The people are the ones with the rights. People don't do what their government says. People don't care what the government says. People are above the government. The citizens, though, now those are the ones going in and trying to get the government to do things. But the people, if we're being honest, right, are none of you are people, right? Not them, not you. BSBT knows that he's not one of the people. He's a person. He cares about what the government, thinks. He's not going to go without food and let them kill him. He's not going to do that.
No, getting free
Yeah.
food is super easy. Go to any food bank. They're all over
Well,
the place. They're churches.
No, my hunger strike.
Nobody's going
My
hungry in
hunger
this
strike
country.
stops after 2 days.
No, I don't go and get free food at food banks. I find my own food. Or somebody comes up and hands me food that's genuine and sincere. But the government is not allowed to give me food, and they can't possibly be genuine or sincere. It's not their food that they're giving away. It's the taxpayers' food. And they took that taxes through threat of force. They're not genuine and they're not sincere.
Okay,
And I don't
now you're getting
accept
into the rabbit hole.
disingenuous offers.
So
Huh?
I got it. No, now you're going down the hippie rabbit hole because I went down that rabbit hole back in the 90s when I was heavy into drugs. So I know.
The hippie rabbit hole? No,
Yeah.
it's called the people, man. The people are on top. Okay, the people.
Right, the people
just
are
have
the
faith.
government.
Huh? No, the servants of the people are not people.
Oh, servants again. Well, at least you're not going down the sovereign citizen rabbit hole because you're saying that we are persons, not people. They say that we're people, not persons, or the opposite. Like, I'm not a person, I'm a people. You're saying the
No,
opposite.
the government says you're persons. They don't. They're scared of the people, man. The government is scared shitless of people. People are the ones with the rights. You don't have rights. You want privileges. You want the privilege not to be filmed. You care about things that don't.
No, you
that
want
don't
the privilege
matter.
to film whether I like it or not.
No, it's a right to film. It's not a privilege.
And I have the right to be secure in my person.
No, you
How
have the
does it-
right to be secure in your person from unreasonable search and seizure. But 10 bad reasons are still reasons. Okay? I don't
Yes.
have that. That's a privilege. The people are secure. Full stop. The right of the people to be secure. Once you enter your person, then you're not secure, you're insecure. And I'm listening to you and you're bubbling with insecurities. Insecurities about being filmed. That's insecurities. You're not
I don't
secure,
care.
man.
My
No,
point
you do
is,
care.
no,
You do care. I can see it. You're insecure about a lot of things, man.
No.
A lot of things.
My point is not that I don't like being filmed. It's that when I watch these videos every day of these people who are supposedly fighting for the people and their rights, they walk into a building to hold the government accountable, and all of the customers in the building want the guy with the camera to get out. Who are they fighting?
Did you hold on, Hazuki? Let me stop you there.
That
Did you read? Hold
That's
on. Let
every
me.
day. Every video I cover.
Hazuki. Wait a second. Hold on. Did you see? Well, you probably didn't see this, so let's play this for you real fast because this is only 30 seconds. But I want you to see this because this is Frauditor Troll's video that they stole from, I believe it was Mass Accountability. Okay. Now, Frauditor Troll made a short video. Frauditor Troll made a short video, and then here's the comments from Frauditor Troll's own channel. And what I want you to do is pay attention to what these comments say, because these comments are not from his traditional audience. They're not from a cop watching traditional audience. They're from just random people that watch the shorts. Look at these comments and then tell me what you think of these comments.
Me
So this video is off of Frauditor Troll's own channel. It's one of his own shorts. Now, I want you to read some of the comments and see how this backfired. Quick correction, it's not Frauditor Troll's video. It's a video he stole off somebody else's channel.
Why do you have your handcuffs out? I'm in front.
Well, listen, who are you? You have ID.
I don't need I have ID.
You're behind here.
I'm not behind. I'm in front, ma'am.
You have an ID?
I don't have an ID.
Okay, listen.
What?
You need to
How do you
leave.
spell your name?
Are you leaving?
Yes.
Go.
I am.
Right now, are you subject to arrest?
I am.
Corrupt cops should be arrested. Did you see the comments from those corrupt cops should be arrested? Why are they trying to violate a free man? Like, did you see all those comments?
Well, I was trying to watch the video, but you scrolled away from it, so I don't know what happened in it.
I'm saying, but the comments,
The cops were wrong. I don't know.
right, but the comments totally backfired on Frauditor Troll because Frauditor Troll waited to give his commentary till the end. If he had tried to twist the narrative at the beginning, he may have gotten a few people to buy into his bullshit. But since he waited to the end of the video, all the folks saw were the cops violating somebody's rights and all the folks in the comments. So the reason I wanted to play that is to bring this back to your point where you keep saying nobody wants to be filmed against their will. Nobody wants that sort of, it's like, but you're not, you're in your echo chamber when you're saying that stuff, because I can show you the comments from Frauditor Troll's videos where you have a lot of folks speaking out against what the cops are doing. So when you're trying to claim that everybody is annoyed by the camera, that's not true. That's incorrect. It's false.
That's a false equivalency. Because again, you're talking about this is the thing. This is why I get so frustrated and why I don't do these panels where I talk to you guys. Because you always, all of you always bring everything back to, but the cops do this, but the cops do that. Right. So what does the customer at the DMV have to do with that? What does the old lady at the DMV have to do with that? What does the librarian at the library have to do with that? My channel focuses on the idiots who are going after those people.
It's government officials that are paid with public tax.
What about the
Wait
customers?
a second.
Wait, hold on.
Well, let me finish.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
No, I think we can admit that there are some channels out there that do go and try and get reactions from the citizens, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Those channels exist, but none of them are on this panel.
Right, but those
Okay,
are the
we
ones that
don't
I
do
go
that.
after.
We don't do that. Right? And I don't recall ever having a mob of citizens mob up against me and be like, I don't want you to film. I don't recall that ever happening. Okay. I've filmed some traffic stops where the person who was stopped that, did something wrong and they don't want to be on camera, and that's just tough shit. I'm not there for them. I'm there to watch the government, but they're part of it. They got stopped, and I want to know what's going on. I don't think they should have been stopped usually, but maybe they, in the instant, right? I'm not going to back off and have some citizen tell me I can't film, right? They don't even know what they're freaking talking about, man. If I'm not there, like I've gotten so many peeps out of tickets, it's not even funny. A couple I can think of, I've been kidnapped so that they can get let go. Do they send me thank you notes? No. Nobody says anything about that when there's somebody filming and the person that's been stopped is complaining about it and the cop goes over and arrests the cameraman and then lets the guy go.
Maybe they would have let the guy go anyway. How do you know?
Or maybe they would have shot him. You don't know.
You guys always go to that.
Well, you always go to, maybe the cop would have let him go, right? If you're going to go to one extreme, then you have to be prepared
That's
to go
not
to
an
the other
extreme. Cops let people go with warnings all the time.
Because this shit happens all the time. They don't need to shoot you if you're going to voluntarily comply. They will shoot you if you don't comply. You don't have to resist. Just try not assisting. That's what I'm not saying
that that's never happened, but the majority of the videos that I've seen, and again, I'm not saying that's never happened, but the majority of the videos that I've seen, they'll smash a window, they'll tase somebody, they'll physically drag them out
Yeah.
of the car, but that's way different than shooting them.
Well, but they'll also shoot them. But do you know why those are the majority of the videos that you see? Is because that's the majority of videos that you're looking for. You won't look for the good reactions. You won't look for the people that say, "Hey, thank you for what you're doing." You won't see the post office video that frickin' had that was titled "Schrodinger's cat employee at the post office flips out," and then this lady outside comes out and actually thanks frickin' for what he's doing, and he says, "You know, you have to go easy on certain people." And because their eyes are just now opening to the level of tyranny and to the government corruption. So you have to go easy on them. But you won't play those good reactions with people because it doesn't get the clicks and the views. The clicks and the views are what everybody is after, and I don't care what content creator you are. Of course you want people to watch your content. You want people to watch your show. So what do? You focus on the windows getting smashed. You focus on the taserings. You focus on that sort of stuff because that's what the audience wants to see. Rarely you see somebody getting killed, but rarely is still way too often for an armed thug to murder an unarmed citizen.
Well, first of all, now, two things with that. Number one, even if I wanted to, YouTube isn't it. I mean, nobody wants to watch videos of people actually getting murdered, and YouTube isn't very happy about that either. So that's a different thing altogether. But the fact of the matter is I have a very specific type of content that I cover on my channel. Why I cover it, whatever, is one thing. But the point is, well, how come you're not showing these kind of videos? How come you're not showing those kind of videos? Well, you know, why doesn't, or in the old days when names actually meant something, how come MTV only showed music? Just because it was music television. How come the radio only plays radio programs? I mean, I show the videos on my show that is my channel, what I focus on. I don't show other types of videos because that's not the type of content I show on my channel. I don't do freaking, you know, whatever. A lot of channels do music reviews, and sometimes I talk about music, but I don't do that. Why? Because that's not my channel. And they don't do Frauditor videos because that's not their channel. Like, I don't cover stuff that I don't cover. That's why I don't cover it. It's not my wheelhouse. I stay in my lane. Yeah.
Nah, you're being too logical.
Well, I mean, if you guys want to see logic, I mean, all you have to do is rewind to when John Felix was up here, because John Felix brings a lot of logic to a conversation. And just like he said, you know, the invitation is there if you want to debate him one-on-one. From what I've seen, he's extremely logical. He'll make it just like he did tonight. He'll break it down to where, okay, let's get on the same page and let's figure out where we're going with this discussion. And then the natural progression of the logic just leads you to the correct answers. It really does. I mean, that's what I appreciate about logical discussions, is that you can actually uncover truth and you can arrive at a conclusion that is ethical and moral without having to devolve into stupid attacks against each other.
Well, that's the one thing I do hate. Like, I haven't done this actually in a long time, because the last time I did this, I was on Paul on Slave's channel, and actually Wolverine was there, and a bunch of other people. But like, somebody asked me something about, well, during the mask mandates, did you ever go into a building that required a mask and put a mask on? And I said yes. And just the fact that I said yes to that, there wasn't even a discussion about it. At that point, I was the bootlicking, dumbass, fat ass who sits in his mom's basement with this. And they started complaining about how I got this orange dot on my headphones. And you just got a stupid orange dot on your headphones. And who cares about what you? And it's like, are we talking about politics and freedom and rights? Or are we just throwing ad hominems at people because we don't have an argument?
Well, to me, that would be a strong indication of somebody that doesn't have an argument or a logical response to what you were saying. I was not there. I did not see the conversation, but that would be somewhat silly if you ask me. That would not happen on this panel. But speaking of this panel, we're at the 4-hour 22 mark. So I'm going to be closing this thing down here for the night. I think we should have stopped at 4:20, to be perfectly honest, just because, you know, for reasons. But Anyways, anything anybody wants to say in closing? People, Juan Galt, Hazukai, anybody want to start off and say anything?
Yeah, I'd like
Okay,
to.
now-
Just quickly
Okay.
here, because I didn't get to respond. I have no problem with John Felix. I did note that where I always was talking about pseudo law versus law, he would always maneuver it around to where he would get into his political philosophy and try to base everything on, is that legitimate? Is that a legitimate action? And that is not law. That's political philosophy. But that's all I had to say about that. But again, as always, Josh, you've been a great host. I've really enjoyed it. I'm glad you had this live stream. And Hezekiah, good to see you.
Yes, you too.
Well, thank you, Mr. Galt. And if you are going senile, I will not hold it against you. We still love you, Mr. Galt.
You'll be the first to know when I do.
All right. Thank you very much for that. And as far as going easy on KFAR just has to stop with his double standard. That's all he has to do for him and I to get along. If he wants to say something is wrong, then he can't go and do it himself. The perfect example is doxing. Anytime he learns where he thinks I am, he'll put that information out there, and then he'll cleverly try to dance around it like he's not trying to dox me. Now, if he's against doxing, he's against it, and he wouldn't be doing it to me. That's my only point with KFAR, is that he has a double standard and that he runs a slander channel, because anytime I ask him to produce receipts for stuff, he'll bring me, well, this is what an official court record said. And I'm like, yeah, KFAR, show me the proof, because an official court record doesn't show me proof. I have official court records where I have video evidence that contradicts what's in the official court record. So to me, that doesn't hold water. But anyways, to the whole KFAR thing, if he wants to stop with his double standard, I'll be fine with him, and we could actually exist together in peace. How about that?
Fair enough. Anyway, yeah, that's your beef with him. I'm not involved on any level. You and I, we've been back and forth in panels and stuff and in each other's chats 1,000 times. So you know where I stayed with you. It's always been my whole thing. I actually believe that one of the best things that we have in this society, in this country, with the First Amendment, is the fact that people who disagree, that are on completely different sides of the fence, can sit down and talk about their ideas. And, I think that's great. Agree or disagree, at least, hey, you know what? If you got to hear what I have to say, and who knows, maybe I might learn something. Maybe you might learn something. That's what's great about having the dialogue. And it isn't about trying to force the other person to change their mind. It's about, listen, this is what I think, and here's why I think it, to help you understand where I'm coming from. Oh, now you're explaining to me where you're coming from and why. Oh, cool. So I like that. I enjoy actual open discourse. So I thank you and appreciate you for giving me the opportunity to do that.
All right. Appreciate you, Hez. I'm going to drop you down, and thank you for doing the happy dances.
All right.
Oh. Hold on.
One last one.
All right, Hez.
All right. Now let's go back.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Galt, have a good night. I certainly appreciate you coming up. And of course, anybody who's still here and watching, thank you for coming in here. John Felix, thank you for coming up. If I have to give credit to 3 people for my cop watching style, it's going to be People, John Felix, and James Freeman for the cop watch style that I have incorporated. So John Felix, I hope you know your breakdown of cop watch videos, you were doing it for so long and basically interjecting and going, here's why the cop is wrong in this situation. And so I got to tell you, man, that helped me in my cop watching more than probably anybody else. Again, my style comes from People, John Felix, and from Freeman, along with assortment of plenty other cop watchers out there. I can never credit as many of them as I see, but really I'm just a parrot, and all I do is I parrot the things I see, and when I see something working and I see something logical, I naturally gravitate towards that. So thank you, everybody, very much. Canada is watching. Appreciate you being in here. Wolverine, if you're still in here, Wolverine, you know I got to give you one of these real quick. Hold on. These are for our special guests that came on tonight, and Wolverine did come up for a second. So let's just give this to our special guests for the night, and then we should be out of here. If I can find this one for you, Wolvie, please don't tell me that I dropped it. Please don't tell me that I dropped Wolvies. Oh, Wolvie, I'm going to have to bring the wee-woos back up here because I don't see them, man. Oh, here we go. This is for you, Wolvie. Let's see, we got Press Harder. This is for Press Harder right here. We got a video for Press Harder as well. And what better way to say thank you to people other than a token of gratitude or a message of endorsement from El Presidente right here.
Press Harder, my good amigo. Hell yeah. I got to hang out with Press Harder, guys. I don't know if you guys know, but he's a good dude. He knows his shit. He knows the Constitution better than probably anyone else I know.
So on that note, everybody, I hope you enjoyed this live stream. Go back to the beginning. Pink Camera Magic, go support her. Go watch that video. The one thing I hope is that she will be able to eat off that video, those depositions, what happened to her, and the victimizing that the government unleashed on her that day. I hope her YouTube videos live on and they get millions of views, and she's able to eat off it for the rest of her life, and her kids are able to eat off it for the rest of her life. And that's the way I believe that you should do it. So Canada is watching. Thank you. Women's Rights 365. I appreciate you too. And thank you, Azukai. Thank you for Juan Galt for coming up. Appreciate it. Until next time, guys, we're out of here.